So it's September 30th, and I'll call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to convene into open session and recess to executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464 for discussion of any discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of the person or persons, provided that the person or persons affected shall have been written in advance in writing and advise that they may require the discussion to be held in open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1, leave without pay request, NKESP, non-certified employee A, superintendent review. Item 2, sessions pertaining to the potential litigation/legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2, amendment of the NKBCA contract for WMS assistant principal, level 3 grievance, NEA NK, legal update on 25-071P, Doe versus North Kingstown School Department - Providence School Department, and then NKBCA, oh, that's just a related document, excuse me. Item 3, any related investigative proceeding regarding allegations of misconduct, either civil or criminal pursuit, RIGL 42465A, employee B investigation update. Can I get a say aye?
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. so we are currently in recess from executive session, and so we will continue through our open session agenda at this point. So the first item on open session is Pledge of Allegiance, so please join me begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Aaron Earl.
Here.
Robert Keys.
Here.
Jennifer Lima. Here. Megan Riley.
Here.
Sherry Kennedy.
Here.
Joshua Picado. Sadie McCann.
Here.
Okay, and welcome to our student representative, Sadie. She's representing the North Kingstown Student Union, along with her vice chair, vice president that will be attending meetings. So welcome to Sadie in being here at the school committee meeting. Okay, calendars.
October 1st, 6 p.m. Building Advisory Committee meeting, Central Office. October 2nd, 4:30 Health and Wellness Advisory Committee, Central Office. Regular business meeting, October 7th, 7 p.m., Central Office.
Great, thank you very much, Stephanie. Presentations and recognitions, I'll turn it over to Dr. Duba.
Thank you. So tonight we do have a few staff members here that we would like to recognize. First, I'm going to start off with our Teacher of the Year. So it's with great pride and excitement that we honor Alicia Skaggs as our North Kingstown Teacher of the Year. Alicia is our art teacher at Wickford Middle School. She is someone whose passion, dedication, and talent made an extraordinary impact not only at Wickford Middle School, but across the entire North Kingstown school community. From the moment you walk into her classroom, you can feel the energy. Creativity isn't just encouraged, it's ignited. Every project, no matter how big or small, reflects her deep belief that every student has a voice worth hearing, a vision worth sharing, and a talent worth celebrating. What sets Alicia apart isn't just her incredible skill in her content area, though that is undeniable. It's her conscientiousness. She brings thoughtfulness and care into every lesson, every plan, and every interaction. Nothing is done halfway. She brings her whole heart to the work, and it shows in everything that she does. Alicia is detail-oriented in ways that make a lasting difference. She notices the little things, adjusting a project to meet a student's unique needs, curating art shows that highlight every student's growth, or staying late to ensure materials are ready for the next day. And it's in those little things that big magic happens in her classroom. And Alicia never settles for good enough. She goes above and beyond, mentoring students inside and outside of her class, writing grants, organizing exhibits, and creating experiences that her students will carry with them for a lifetime. She showcases their work proudly in the cafeteria, on social media, at Wickford Middle School's Evening of the Arts, and at community art shows throughout the year. Her efforts make every student feel included, valued, and seen. And Alicia is not just teaching art, she's teaching self-expression, perseverance, collaboration, and pride. Thank you for turning your classroom into a canvas of many possibilities for your students. And thank you for inspiring your students, your colleagues, and all of us with your passion and your heart. It is my honor for all of us to congratulate Alicia Skaggs as this year's North Kingstown's Teacher of the Year.
Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you for again.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
I am not surprised that award went to Alicia. Every time I go to Wickford Middle School, I am floored by your students' work, and you can really see the effort that you put in. It outputs, like, it's unbelievable, the art that's on the halls when you walk through there. So it really brightens the building, which we know needs a little brightening. So great job.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Ken?
Yeah. So our next individual is our educational support person of the year. So it is with my great honor to be here tonight to recognize an outstanding member of our North Kingstown School Department team. I'm proud to share that Eileen McGivney, who is one of our control clerks in the business department, has been named as the Educational Support Professional of the Year for North Kingstown. Eileen is a true professional and a tremendous asset to our district. While her knowledge of all aspects of the purchasing department is simply outstanding, what sets her apart is the way she approaches her work with patience, kindness, and a willingness to help others. Eileen has an incredible ability to share her expertise with colleagues. She takes the time to train new clerks, no matter how busy her day may be, and she does so with professionalism, good humor, and a welcoming smile. Her work ethic is exemplary, and her ability to problem solve while maintaining a positive attitude makes her an invaluable part of our district team. She communicates effectively with staff across all of our schools, and she makes each interaction one that is both helpful and supportive. I know from personal experience how much we all appreciate her guidance and the work that she does for us in our district. And she always finds ways to streamline processes and to ensure that purchases are completed in a timely manner. Even with the large volume of work that comes across her desk every day, Eileen always makes time to help those who need her. Her follow-through, dedication, and genuine care for her colleagues have made an enormous difference for our department and our schools. So it's with great pride and enthusiasm that I ask you to congratulate Eileen McGivney as our Educational Support Professional of the Year. Eileen, thank you for all that you do for our district, your colleagues, and most importantly, all the students and families that we serve.
Can you take a picture now?
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Alicia, we're gonna have you. There's no good spot anymore. And Eileen, you could tell that you were well loved by your colleagues as they were sitting behind you just nodding and saying nice things about you. So.
Hi, nice to meet you finally. You are the best. The best. Always so helpful. Do you want to take the summer program thing off of that?
I know it is every time we meet back.
I can my building can edit that out.
It's a power. Yeah. The move on.
There we go.
Much next time. Congratulations. Thank you.
I'll send it to Will. Did
I get that one? Sorry.
It's great. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, first class. I'll write the email.
And then our third Dr. Duba.
So I'd like to take a moment to recognize the remarkable professionalism and care shown by members of our transportation team during an incident that occurred on the morning of Friday, September 12th. That day, Bus 7, driven by Diana Preble, was transporting students to school when it was struck from behind while stopped at a light on West Arlington Road. Thankfully, all students and Diana were safe. What stood out most in that moment was Diana's calm, steady response. She remained composed throughout the incident, ensuring that her students were secure, safe, and reassured while emergency professionals cleared the scene. Her swift actions, her years of experience, and most importantly, her genuine care for our students made all the difference. Soon after, Bus 4 arrived to assist in transporting students to school. The driver of Bus 4, Lori Howard, along with her monitor, Kelly Ellis, heard the call come over the bus radio. Without hesitation and without being asked, they went directly to the scene to help Diana. Their actions were not required of them, but were instead guided by their sincere kindness and commitment to supporting their colleagues and protecting our students. That morning, Diana, Lori, and Kelly went above and beyond the expectations of their duties. Their teamwork, compassion, and professionalism ensured that our students remained safe and cared for in what could have been a very frightening experience. I also want to extend sincere gratitude to the North Kingstown Police and Fire Departments, whose quick response, professionalism, and care provided comfort and safety for our students and staff during the incident. To Diana, Lori, and Kelly, thank you. You are shining examples of what it means to be a part of the North Kingstown School Department family, and we are deeply grateful for the way you represent our commitment to student safety every single day. Three of you can come on.
Les, did you want to take moment.
Very much.
Yep, okay, Jen says we have to take a picture too. Leslie, do you mind taking a picture? We saw Ken on the camera. The best part of it is that there's a camera that's there. We just thought, I think Ken's running to the bus. Yes. Yeah, we did great. Thank you so much. Oh, we're gonna miss out less. Well, it's in the background, but I got it. It's okay. We can. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
And as always, those are welcome to stay, but we also know our employees in our district have a lot and often early mornings, and so for those who are recognized, if they need to leave, we completely understand. So thank you so much for coming. Dr. Duba, our last presentation is the summer program update. So
Yes, Dr. Clark will present that to you.
Great. Jody.
Hello, tough act to follow, but here we go. Jody Clark, Director of Curriculum, and I am here to give you the summer programming update for 2025, sorry. I want to thank everyone. Nearly 400 students over the summer received academic support. I want to thank all the summer school teachers, teacher assistants, the building principals, the clerks, the custodians, and coordinators to help make that happen. It is never, we fully appreciate all of their time and efforts over the summer months to support our students. The first program I want to talk about is the K-5 MTSS Success Academy. Our coordinator of that program was Abigail Rosner. They met 4 days a week for 3 weeks. 3 hours a day were focused in reading, math, and writing. Students had individualized goals based on the end of the school year data. 50 students completed that program, and we had some great results with 96% meeting their reading goal, 98% reading their math goal, and 96% reading their writing goal, and 96% meeting their math goal. We invited 172 students that were receiving Tier 3 support throughout the school year. Of those, 72 accepted, 55 enrolled, and as you can see, 50 completed the program. We did offer busing. There were 5 buses available for this program, including an additional minibus. Around 30 students rode the bus, some to additional after-school summer programming at our rec camps, and 20 students were pick-up and drop-offs for that program. The next program was our rising 9th graders, again based on our Tier 3 reading and math needs. We invited 27 students, 21 attended. Attendance was always difficult in this. We didn't have any perfect attendance at this, but students met their goals. 67 of them met the goals in all 4 sections. We focused on writing, reading, math, and organizational skills, and 81% met their goals in 3 out of the 4 sections. I'm going to move on to our high school program. Our coordinator here was Bethany Caramile. Again, 5 days a week, for 3 weeks. We had 13 courses with instructors, as well as Edmentum online course support for some other offerings. 97 students taking over 144 classes. 47 students had perfect attendance, and they earned 126 credits across there. We had 2 buses running this program, and about 30 to 35 students every day rode the bus for this program. I'm going to bring up some of the other support staff to introduce themselves.
Sorry,
yes.
Did you have the metrics for like how many were invited versus for the 8th grade program and the high school program?
For the 8th grade program, we invited 27,
Okay.
and 21 completed the program, although attendance was...
Yeah, I heard you.
Yep. And the high school, these were all of the students that were asked. Of the 97 students taking 144 classes, 126. So it was offered and 126 courses were passed of those 144 that were completed or invited to complete.
Oh, you lost me, sorry.
Yep.
I'm more concerned about the student number. So, like, did we tell 115 students that they should do this program and only 97 came? Like, I understand.
I'd
some
have
of
to
them
get
are
back to
doing
you
multiple
on that
classes.
number. Yeah, I mean, it's credit recovery, so usually students are
Motivated to do it.
motivated to do it.
Okay, thank you. If you don't mind just getting it, I just love
Sure,
the.
of course.
That would be a very good number, probably percentage-wise for y'all, for who was invited versus came. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Lydia?
I'm up.
Yep.
Okay. Countdown to K. Oh. Oop, that's not. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so this countdown to kindergarten, it's Jackie DiLorenzo, the early childhood specialist, and myself coordinate, and it's a collaboration with all the elementary schools. We invite all the incoming kindergarten students who go to an event that's held at each of the 5 elementary schools. We had 202 students attend. That was 81%, which is an increase from the previous year. And we also had an increase in school-based attendance. So each of the schools saw an increase with all schools having the majority of incoming K students attending, with Quid being at 56%, Forest Park at 82, Fishing Cove at 80, Stony Lane at 88, and Hamilton also at 88. And that they were all had a higher percentage from 2024. Information about the program is sent out throughout the summer by both the PTOs, who are also involved in the program and attend as a way to help families interact with their new school. The registrar also sends out invitations, and information also goes out over fun flyers and various mechanisms to reach families. And feedback has consistently been positive. This is the second year that we have provided all the students with a matching class of t-shirt, so that regardless of where they start, since they're all ending at the same school, that they're kind of starting all together as well with that same shirt. Are there questions about that program?
Any questions from me? Thank you.
Extended school year.
Oh, I lied, Jackie, I'm sorry. Is there any transportation offered to get students and families to those programs, or do they have to find their own way to the Countdown to Kindergarten?
There is not transportation offered.
Thank you.
All right, extended school year. This is for students who qualify. They have to meet certain criteria under special ed regulations in order to attend extended school year. We essentially run a small school. Julia Fano is the special ed coordinator, and she really handled the students at Hamilton as well as myself. We had a 4-week and a 5-week program, 4 days a week, depending on the student. Some students came from 1 day a week, some came 2, some came 3, and some came 4. Kendra Winnook, who's the assistant director, she ran the program at the high school ESY program. We had 147 students who referred to ESY and met the criteria. 121 students accepted services in pre-K to 8th grade. 22 students were referred in grades 9 through 12. 8 students continued their transition work experiences. 15 students had walk-in speech language, 2 students had walk-in OT, occupational therapy services, and the things that we provided were everything from preschool skills, social emotional skills, reading, writing, math, compensatory speech services from when we had a gap without a speech therapist. We made up the majority of all those services, and as well as occupational therapy services. So some were walk-in, but also we had a couple that required some compensatory service. And then the last part of it, we also provided related services such as adaptive PE, OT, physical therapy, speech, language, orientation, mobility, and vision therapy. It was very successful. Attendance starts to waver as you get through the summer, but in general, we had good participation.
Of the 9 through 12 students that were referred, how many actually attended or participated?
They all attended, the
Oh, they all
22
did.
students.
Okay.
They tend to be in our older populations, tend to be our students with more significant needs. Occasionally, though, we would help a student who was in summer school So there's a difference between summer school and extended school year. So if you needed credit remediation, you might go to summer school. We would provide some support. For some of those students, they did need extended time, and we would give them a little bit extra time using our special ed staff beyond the summer school dates. I think there was only 1 or 2 students that took advantage of that, but we do support kids like that, so they're getting all their accommodations even in summer school.
So there is some crossover between.
They can
the
be a
2
little
years.
bit of
Yeah.
crossover, but mainly support. We try not to make people choose between one or the other. We'll help you do your summer credit remediation, but we'll support you with any accommodations that you need, that type of thing.
Any other questions for Rachel? Great, thank you.
Okay, sorry, I should have organized it. Okay, summer squad. So summer squad this year those of you who don't know, summer squad is a summer learning program. It's 6 weeks long, 4 days a week. And this year we held it at Quidnesset from 8:30 to 11:30. Just really the program tries to provide a summer learning opportunity for students rising grade 1 through rising grade 6. We publicize the program. It's not an invitation only. We publicize the program through various mechanisms, including fun flyers, individual elementary school listservs, individual outreach to the school principals and social workers. It goes in backpack mail with all the students at Quidnesset, as well as every elementary student who receives blessings in a backpack. And we had a additional funding this year that was provided through the Math Matters and Learn 365 funding sources, in addition to our McGiddy-Vento grant. So we're able to this year have 5 group class sections, which in the past we've only had 4. We really hit a lot of our targets in terms of trying to reach a lot of students who didn't have access to other opportunities. So 11% of the students were McKinney-Vento eligible, so are considered displaced. 79% are qualified for free or reduced lunch. 34% had an IEP or 504. We had our consistent attendance was for 56 students, and over 59% of them had 50 hours or more of direct instructions over the summer, which really has a positive impact on their learning and reduction of learning loss. We offered a bus for all students, which is the first time last year we offered a bus to certain neighborhoods. This time we offered it to all. 80% of our students did take that bus, but only 14% of them took a bus to one of our summer, we had the kids going to the recreation department, playground camp, and we also had a few students going to Camp Grosvenor in Saunderstown. We had 5 teachers and 5 TAs working to support each teacher on the program, which themes around math and ELA, and their themes are about exploring the world, so they focus on a different continent each week and do different activities around that. So there's lots of social studies and science and different hands-on learning. Are there questions?
Great, thank you, Lydia. Any questions for Lydia? Thank you.
That is it. Any last questions on any of the programs?
I did have a thank you for putting this together. The K through 5 MTSS, between the numbers that were referred and accepted and attended, it's pretty low in terms of percentages. 42% who accepted and only 29% who finished. Do you have any idea why that is?
So we did have a survey. Of that survey, as I said, 72 accepted. There were 91 no responses. So if they don't fill out the survey, we can't get a response. 9 declines due to various family travel reasons and just wanting to give kids a break over the summer were kind of the check boxes. We had kind of a drop down of why are you not accepting the opportunity. But with 91 no responses, it's difficult to know.
Okay, that's interesting. That's a lot of people who are being offered the opportunity and aren't responding. I mean, I know you can't answer it, but it just seems like there's a gap there to try to figure out why. The busing stats, though, seemed pretty good. Like about 50% of the elementary kids took the bus, and 30% between middle school and high school.
Yeah.
Do you know how that compares to last year?
I know it took fewer buses last year, so that was a concern. I mean, with the bridge being out and just, where the stops were, we did require 5 buses just for the elementary location alone at Quidnesset, and 2 last year. I think we ran with 2 and 2, so that was a concern. But we had to be careful of the length of the time they were on the buses in the summer heat and things like that. So we wanted to make sure that we had the adequate busing to provide that. I'd have to look back about how many students. I know last year it wasn't as many because it was the first year of offering the busing. So we definitely put that as part of the application that busing would be provided.
Okay.
So.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions?
Thank you.
And thank you so much to everyone involved. We know, a lot of people think the school year as September to June, but there's obviously a lot of work going on for our students in the summer. So we appreciate that and those who transported them and helped them learn over the summer. So thank you. Okay, moving on. Again, same rule if you're not on the agenda later. But, okay, moving on to citizens' comments. It looks like we have a couple folks signed up for citizens' comments, and the first one is Lori.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lori Duffy. I'm a clinical social worker and longtime North Kingstown resident. Thank you for being able to talk to you today. So I'm a clinical social worker. I specialize in kids and families. I have a private practice in North Kingstown and have spent 25 plus years doing that work. In my current work, I provide consultation to medical providers and consult with families. I help them to connect to resources and services, and there never seems to be enough of those resources and services to go around. But most of what I do is provide individual therapy, family therapy, parent coaching to address a variety of mental health issues. I do a lot of work with kids with anxiety, selective mutism, OCD, phobias, and disruptive behaviors. So the Freshingtons that are getting kicked out of daycares, and those are my people. So I've worked with families in every county in the state, and I even have some families that have come to see me from Connecticut and Massachusetts because it's so hard to get mental health services for young kids. Just looking at our district alone, I wanted to share that in North Kingstown with NK Kids, I've conducted suicide assessments on kids as young as 7 years old. I work with kids who refuse to go to school due to school phobia because they have panic about illnesses, feeling unsafe away from their parents, kids who have hallucinations, teenagers with panic disorders where they're out of the classroom more than they're in the classroom, foster children traumatized from the separation of their family, kids with autism, ADHD who need intensive work on their executive functioning skills, and lots of kiddos with behaviors that cause them to be aggressive, combative, and they can't work well with their teachers and peers. Why am I sharing all of this? I just want to highlight that kids here in North Kingstown are in need of specialized, intensive, evidence-based therapeutic interventions. Mental health services, I thought everyone in our town would be in support of that. And when I was training police officers on mental health first aid, they would say, we're doing mental health work. We get called out more for mental health issues because of crimes. When I'm talking with teachers, and I'm sure you guys have heard this, that teaching now is so different than it was a generation ago. Teachers have to provide a lot of mental health supports. Doctors, pediatricians that I consult with, they will say they're seeing more and more kids, and those appointments are more centered around mental health issues than health issues often. We know that kids who are dealing with mental health concerns are more likely to be distracted. They don't retain information as much. They're pulled out of the classroom. They have lots of absences. And overall, we can just say they are at high risk for poor outcomes. I was taken aback and saddened to see members of our community attack the work that the school committee and our administration is doing to try to address the mental health crisis that we have right now. So I just came here to thank you. Thank you to the administration. Thank you, committee members, for trying to find creative ways that our kids can get services. I was happy to see that you're working with Momentum full disclosure, I don't work with Momentum. I have my own private practice. But this is really some great outside of the box thinking where mental health services are being brought into the community, embraced, families can access them a bit easier. And it also breaks down the stigma. Mental health and physical health are the exact same thing. There is no difference. But there is this terrible stigma that mental health services isn't part of what schools do. I have families who tell me they're waiting between 3 and 9 months to get experienced experts to work on complex behaviors and anxiety issues. Treating kids is very different than treating adults. There's a reason why we don't have a lot of mental health providers. For every kiddo I work with, I do 3 times the amount of work than an adult because I have to consult with I work with their parents, I have to talk with their schools, I have to be calling the psychologists, the psychiatrists, sometimes the OTs, the speech language folks, and I don't get paid for that. I'm not saying this to feel bad for me. I'm saying there's a reason why we have a shortage. It doesn't make sense for therapists to work with kids. My practice is probably about 90% kiddos. The other barriers that families have, large deductibles, high copays, where they just can't bring their kids every week, lack of transportation. So all of this is to say that that work that you're doing is helping to break down those barriers. If people aren't familiar with the IDEA, I really suggest that folks who are complaining about mental health services in schools read that. Our Secretary of Education doesn't know about it either, but I really think that people should take a look at that. I've got more to say, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Jeffrey.
Good evening. You can see my heart is in New York with the Red Sox, but my head and focus is here tonight with you. Thank you to the committee for your service and for those that have been emailing with me and encountering a barrage of GPT barf emails. But one thing they do well is refine arguments and surface compelling truths. And the truth that I'm here to speak to is a decision was made to defer parochial transportation to RIDE, which is the state. And we came to learn that as part of that, North Kingstown is collecting a stipend or payment from the state because of this. Now, what we had before in previous years provided by the town was transportation for our children from the school to our neighborhood and to some of us to our doorsteps, similar to the rest of the school-age children in my neighborhood. So now the issue at hand is the state has taken over this busing. They default to depot stops, which is not neighborhood-based, and the depot they selected is an active fire station. So they're dropping my 6 as of yesterday, and 8-year-old off at an active fire station. They do not check IDs about who is picking people up from this bus stop as well. So first of mind is the safety of where these kids are being dropped. 3 miles from my house, not in my neighborhood, being picked up by whoever is at the bus stop. Second, logistically, and probably less of a concern for our family, is it falls in the middle of the workday. I work from home, but that's a luxury, I know, and a privilege, and I'm able to pick them up from the bus stop, but we were making our decisions about where to send our kids to school based on what the town had previously provided. So I'm here to voice my concern about the decisions and how they were made and what we can do to get it back to a state where I'm not concerned for their safety on a daily basis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go Sox. Tim?
Hi, thank you. I'm Tim Conrad. Along those same lines, another concerned parent about the safety of the transportation for our children. As stated, the decision was made with not a lot of notice. One thing, I can only speak for myself, I can't speak for other families. And I can't predict the future, but I can learn from the past, and I can guarantee you that a lot of the parents that are just getting by are going to have life-altering changes and not be able to bring their kids to school. People get in car accidents all the time, won't be able to drive a car for 4 weeks, won't, even if they can work from home, they won't have the luxury of bringing their kids, so the kids will have no transportation to school. So it will happen. I've seen these things over the course of my life. We're coming just as concerned parents, looking for help, looking for ways to resolve this. As stated, having them dropped off in our neighborhood is a safe location. In that situation, even if you could walk, even for parents to walk 10 miles a day to and from that stop, children would have to walk half that distance. It would still be unsafe in the rain and the snow. It's not safe. So again, we're just coming to you from a, concern about our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam?
Good evening. I'm here tonight to speak about policies, and I want to reiterate my concerns from last meeting about policy IHAM, health education, student exclusion. Right now, the policy only requires families to get 1 week's notice. That's not enough time for families to review the curriculum and make an informed decision about whether to opt out. In the past, families were told they had to physically go into the school during school hours to see the materials. With only a week's notice, this isn't practical. A better approach would be to provide a general notice at the start of the year with instructions on how to access the curriculum that qualifies for exemption, and then follow up with a reminder 1 week before instruction begins. I also hope the committee will look at other opt-out policies. For example, I recently received an email from the high school outlining 2 options. Student survey opt-out. Families can complete a form if they wish their child not to participate in school surveys, including those required by RIDE or used for school initiatives. Secondly, instructional materials opt-out, which I had never heard anything about or knew nothing about until this email. Following the recent Supreme Court ruling in Muhammad versus Taylor, school must notify parents about lessons that include LGBTQ plus inclusive materials and allow families to opt their child out based on religious objections. And there was very clear communication on how this process would work, which I appreciate. But so far, I've only received this information at the high school level, not from the middle school. In the past, when my kids were in elementary, this information was also missing, though perhaps that has changed. Families deserve consistency and clear communication across all schools. And in light of the climate we are living in with so much political divisiveness, our district has an opportunity to lead by strengthening opt-out policies and providing clear communication that shows the school system values parents and their rights to opt out. To be clear, in the 11 years my children have been in this district, I have only opted them out of possibly 2 or 3 surveys. I have never opted them out of anything else. This is not about me personally. It's about ensuring that parent choice is respected and that families can make decisions based on their individual values. Finally, if the policy subcommittee had been following its own policy, BGA1, about expanded membership representation, which has been in place for almost 5 months now, many of these concerns might not even be arising. Having different voices, offering different perspectives, even when they don't align, allows for compromise and finding common ground, which is currently lacking on the policy subcommittee. Broader representation could help surface issues like this earlier and build stronger, more balanced policies. And also, I find it very disingenuous that you went out for additional applications for parents for the policy subcommittee, when from what I understand, you already had a pool of parents and were just missing teachers and students. Parents could have been placed on the policy subcommittee already. Families deserve the ability to make informed decisions, and clear, transparent opt-out policies are essential for building trust and inclusion. I hope these issues are taken up in future policy conversations so curriculum goals and family needs are balanced across all grade levels. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have signed up for citizens' comments. Is there anyone else here for citizens' comments? Again, once you spoke, you may leave, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
But also, what do we say? Okay, so moving on to the superintendent report, Dr. Duba.
A few highlights for our district. Lickford Middle School, and Ms. Skaggs was here earlier, but they had, the school had some art students who had participated in the Plum Beach Garden Club art exhibit. There were 2 8th grade students and a 7th grade student whose artwork was displayed at the Art in Bloom art exhibit. Paintings were displayed by our 3 students as well as adults from all over Rhode Island. Each painting was accompanied by a floral arrangement created by a member of Plum Beach Garden, and the arrangements were made specifically to complement their artwork. The students had a chance to meet the members who created those arrangements. There's another opportunity that Mrs. Skaggs provides to our students. Last week, we had the Middle School Soccer Fest, which is a soccer game that we have a competition that happens between our 2 middle schools. So we had the Wickford Middle School boys versus the Davisville Middle School boys, and then the Wickford Middle School girls versus the DMS Middle School girls team. I don't know if anyone there, but it was an exciting night. A lot of the middle school students were there, cheering on the teams. They were all, kind of decorated for their game. They all played very, very hard and did a great job. And Wickford Middle School won both games, the game for the boys and the games for the girls. But congratulations to both schools for their great sportsmanship.
We played at the high school, right?
They played in the high
How
school
fun.
stadium, yes, on the turf.
Very cool.
There's some other district updates. Sent out last week that we are holding a school safety presentation. So in collaboration with the North Kingstown Police and Fire Department and the school department, we'll be hosting a school safety presentation on October 8th from 6:30 to 7:30 in the auditorium at the high school. This is for the all families within the district. We will have an overview of safety practices that we use in the schools, discuss the collaborative approaches between the school department and the town, talk about prevention. As you know, our Stage 2 fourth addendum was submitted. That was submitted to RIDE last Sunday, September 14th. It was due by September 15th. We are waiting to hear from the school building authority at RIDE any comments regarding that application. We'll hear from them soon.
I have one question on that when we're done talking about the building, or you have more?
I do have more.
Okay.
I mean, want me to finish the report, or did you?
My question was, we had talked at the last meeting about having a letter go out to the community.
Yes, I'm working on a newsletter just to kind of summarize everything.
Do you have an idea when that might be?
I will try to get it out, let me see, by about a week from today. Preschool playground, received confirmation from the company that the playground equipment will be delivered the week of October 24th, which is a little bit earlier than we expected. Our facilities department will be prepping the ground prior for installation. In addition to that, we have scheduled the playground evaluations with the trust, and those evaluations of all our district playgrounds will start this week. I have a few facility updates of projects that we're working on. At Stony Lane, the RTUs, rooftop units, are being installed this week. It's expected to be completed by tomorrow. At North Kingstown High School in Hamilton, we have the flooring and carpeting installation scheduled for winter break over December. The water bottle filling stations, we are in motion of getting everything ordered, and we're expected to have all of the water bottle filling stations installed by April. I know there was a question last time regarding the numbers of what we requested. It was 64, but we only brought in 62, and that was because after a walkthrough from Mr. Murphy, we identified that we had 2 at the high school and 2 at Forest Park. So that was the difference between that number. At Forest Park, we also had installed an outdoor water hookup for the school garden. At the high school, parts for the automatic door opener for the cafeteria media center have been ordered, and we're waiting on the installation. And that came up from a previous school committee meeting from a student. We have snowplow training scheduled for October and November for our maintenance staff. And we also applied for a safety grant with the trust to be able to purchase additional security covers for the classroom, the windows on the classroom doors. And all of our boilers have been cleaned, so we're keeping up on all of our cleanings as well as projects that are in motion. I also want to mention that the North Kingstown Food Pantry received a donation And that's going to support students in our schools. They received $1,000, which will be earmarked specifically to combat hunger and security in our schools. Through this donation, the NK Food Pantry will be providing nutritious snacks, which will be distributed to our school clinics, and these snacks will be provided to students who may need them during the day. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions for the superintendent report? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to routine items. Thank you, Dr. Duba. We will skip item A, so Mr. Case, please remind me to come back to that. And then moving on to the consent agenda, does anyone want to exempt anything from the consent agenda before we make a motion?
Roman number 2, RFP for cameras transportation.
Okay. Any others?
I'd like to exempt the district vacancy report.
Just E2?
E2, yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with D2 removed and E2 removed? So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then we'll go back to the items that were not approved, so can I get a motion for D2, please?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second. Any specific questions on this, Mr. Case, or?
Yeah, I just had some questions about it. While I think it's obviously a good idea overall, I just had some questions about whether we can actually approve it, just because it says there's one part where the vendors request they receive a portion of the citations paid from the police department. We can't direct the police department to do anything, so is that in the contract?
That's a state law. I'm assuming that has to do with the bus stop camera arms.
Yeah.
So by state law, which was just recently amended,
Okay.
if someone's participating in that agreement, and it is common to actually enter into that agreement with the school committee because they're technically, the buses are under your jurisdiction,
Okay.
but the way the statute's written, you would not receive any money from that. The state gets money, the bus camera company gets money, and the municipality gets money.
I'm sorry, I'll fix my face. Okay. So so that is okay for us to approve because it is.
Okay.
I will say, depending on how your municipality and the police department wants to work with these, with the tickets and the system, oftentimes we do involve the police department in the conversations with respect to the contract itself. Oftentimes there's a training component that comes from the bus company, the bus monitoring company, that they'll train the police what to look for and whatnot. I haven't seen that all the time, but it is something we usually offer, at least the police, to be involved in the discussions.
And have those discussions already started? Are they aware of this? Or?
That I'm not aware of.
Dr. Duba, any thoughts on that?
I just don't want to spring it on them.
Yeah, no, have you had, I don't think the conversation is.
It's kind of one of those weird,
Yeah.
circle
Yes.
ones,
Right.
and so I understand why we might not have, because this has to get approved, but I also just would love to.
So the camera system that we're going to be using,
Introducing yourself.
Michelle Hume, Transportation Supervisor.
Thank you.
The camera system that we are going to use, we're not participating in that program as of yet. That won't come into play probably until we either use a different product when we put out the, we applied for the grant for the stop arm cameras. This is just for the dual inside and out with GPSs. This isn't for the stop arm cameras. That's separate. That's for the grant that we applied for last school year. I think it was at the end of last school year. So this doesn't have any bearing or training as of yet with the North Kingstown Police Department. We did look at, myself and Officer Solis, we did meet with one of the companies, but we didn't have enough citations in this town to get like the free portion of that system. So we're going in the other direction that we've been, just starting with the basic cameras and GPSs. One of the companies does offer it, but we're not going with that program as of now because we're hoping that we're going to get that grant. Or at least we have to start someplace.
It was just the way it was laid out. It looked like it was part of the overall thing, but it's only for this particular camera system here. It's not for the sensor.
Correct.
Got it.
Okay.
All right, so I was looking for that as well.
Yeah.
It's on page 76 of the packet.
It's a different
See
company.
how we got there. So thank you for the clarification, Michelle.
And just another question.
Sure.
Some of the specifications of this, I'm assuming conversations have been had with the bus drivers about things being added to buses. Are we not doing that as well? I was just reading in their presentation about, there's a kill switch for the ignition of the bus and other things. Are drivers aware of this?
Well, they realize that we've been piloting cameras, and they want them as well for their own safety,
Right.
with students. So yes, so they're well aware of, what could potentially, that the dual camera is going to go in it,
Okay.
for the front and the back.
I can also say that during the course of our negotiations with the Bus Contractors Association, we now have language in the contract that speaks to installing cameras.
Okay.
Yeah.
that was great.
All right. I just wanted to double check in and make sure that we've had all the conversations we need to
questions.
have.
Yep.
You know.
Good.
I like the panic button option for sure, but if there's an engine kill switch and somebody can do it remotely, I want to just make sure everybody knows. But otherwise, to me it looks great. I just want to make sure those conversations had happened.
So,
Other questions?
with the vendor that you're recommending, I'm just confirming that the only cost is for the license, there's no cost for the hardware itself or the installation of it?
That is correct, because we can install them on our own. Our IT department will be installing them.
Okay.
Yep.
Do we have that budgeted though? So we would be purchasing the dash cams. And
Ju-
Yeah, I think that's what, it comes with the package.
Correct. It's just the licensing to be cloud-based. The licenses for each of the buses.
They just give us the dash cameras, Chaz?
They do.
Fun friend.
They give them.
Thanks, Chaz. And just introduce yourself as well, please.
Yep. Hi, Chaz Pazanko, IT supervisor. Yes, so the way that proposal was sent is that the license we buy assumes the hardware. So we're just paying for the license. That means the cameras themselves, the physical hardware, are included with the license. It's an all-in-one, so we don't have to pay for both.
From a safety perspective, I assume Chaz, since you're here, you reviewed this as far as being comfortable with images of our students being on an external server, correct, and all of those sort of pieces.
Yeah. So anything that
would
we
you
have to
do
go
that?
with so the student data privacy agreements, we go through all of those as well. Anything that this is not publicly facing, which helps. So that does have to go through certain encryption requirements, and we do look through those as well. And thankfully, a few of them were good, but this one is also in that camp.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee?
My last question was, so I see that the recommendation is that the funds are coming from money that was set aside in with the capital general fund, and my only question was, and I know we can't discuss this, but when we had allocated the money, we allocated it for two different things. One was this, and the other was something else, and I would just like an update on where we stand with the status of the other project that money was allocated for.
That feels like a phone for Leslie. Are you asking Jen?
We can't talk about
so
it. It's not.
after the meeting, if you can just.
Yep.
I guess the question in context to this would be, does this amount of money impact that?
Infringe upon-
Is this more than what we had anticipated for that section?
Correct, yeah. I'm sorry.
Can you come to the mic, Leslie? Sorry. We're going for a record on how many administrators we can bring up. It's a team effort here with these.
Leslie Ampel, Director of Finance. If I am correct in what you're referring to, the amount that was set aside is for both, and the amount that we have with this RFP is within that range for this item, so the other one would be fine.
Okay, great. And I would like an update on where we are at with getting that other one rolled out.
I'll just confirm with you after that we're
Yes.
talking about the same
Yes.
thing.
Just put it on the agenda for future, if you want it on the agenda, or just.
No, I just wanted to.
Okay. Any other questions regarding the RFP for camera transportation? Go ahead.
Do you want me to make a motion to approve?
I had one more question. I just want to see if the
go ahead.
committee had any more questions. We could always do it after. For timeline, Ken, can you just clarify, or someone clarify the timeline for when these would be getting installed? And then also, I would assume we would notify maybe families just we need to give them some notification because there's some services that they can use as part of it, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
We would be notifying the families.
Yeah.
And the timeline is as soon as we do the purchase order, they can ship them out within the week. And then the timeline is just what Chaz's department IT timing. I think they said, Jason said, what, like 2 hours a bus or something like that, an hour and a half for a bus. So it's going to take us some time to roll it out. He'll probably be able to do like a couple a week, maybe. I don't know their schedule, but they're prepared for it when they come in.
Relatively soon in K-12 timeline land.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, we do need a motion to approve this. We're just in a motion to discuss.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further questions or comments? Dr. Duba, you obviously support. You're good with everything? Great. All right. Hearing no other comments or questions, we'll call the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So that carries, and then we'll go to item E2. Can I get a motion for that, please?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. Jen, do you have a specific question?
Well, I had asked some specific questions, which I got answers on. Thank you, Ken. But I just want to confirm that based on that information that was provided, all TAs and all bus monitor positions are filled?
I would ask Stephanie to, we were talking about the district vacancy report.
You can bring your friend if you want.
Hi, Stephanie Russo, Director of Human Resources. The bus monitor positions are all filled. And what was the other piece? The bus?
TAs.
Bus TAs or just
No,
teachers?
TAs in general.
Oh,
Teacher
like
assistants.
teacher assistants.
Yes.
No, we still have some open teacher assistant positions.
Aside from what was listed, which is only like.
No, the ones listed are the ones.
So we only have 3 openings for TAs in the whole district right now.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's
Where
great.
do you see the third one?
One has 2. Stony Lane has 2 listed.
Yeah, where's the other one?
Davisville Middle has 1.
Am I on?
Yeah, I don't see that either.
So
Oh,
that
sorry,
was
2. Yeah, that was, that one was on School Spring, but Stephanie answered that question, so it's just the 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was about to.
Yeah.
I'm unwell. I'm not unwell, it's not on there. So just to clarify, this report was dated as of the 26th, which was Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
And since Thursday, we have hired 3, no, those are minibus drivers that we need on this
Yes.
report, not,
Not
okay,
monitors.
understood.
yes.
So are those buses just not running right now? Great. And then some food services. Bye. Study well. You stayed 18 minutes late, sorry. Okay, any other questions regarding this? Okay, we do need to make a motion to approve.
No, it's just a report.
It was in consent though, so it's not just a report.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'll make a motion to approve.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Great, thanks. Okay, moving on to reports. We have the financial reports with the check registrar. Any questions from the committee regarding the information presented? Okay, thank you so much for providing that. Moving on to bank reconciliations. Any questions regarding that? Okay, thank you. Fund balance report. Any questions regarding that?
No, Leslie answered my questions already, so I'm all set.
How exciting. Anyone else?
Are we doing fund balance report or are we doing finance?
I'm on fund balance
Okay,
report now.
thanks.
Okay, no questions for fund balance? I was just taking one by one. Financial projections? Any questions for that?
Yeah, I did have a question on the budget to actual. It looks like it was a $2 million difference, like around like 2.3.
Yes.
And then the year before, I think it was like around $3 million surplus.
Mhm.
So over 2 years, a $5 million surplus.
Mhm.
Is it possible to try to get it a little tighter, like going forward, so that the taxpayers aren't on the hook for
That is my hope.
a surplus?
I will say I cannot speak to the prior 2 budgets for budget to actuals because I did not participate in those budgets, so I don't feel comfortable speaking to how they were prepared or, I do know that in both years we had many positions that were open, a lot of vacancies. So if you see there's a large portion of our, for lack of a better word, savings are in that employee line. I don't foresee that moving forward. Just as you can see with like the vacancy report. And I think we are tracking it very closely because of the last 2 years and because of those vacancies in that large amount. Also, as you'll notice on the budget actual, we had 2 years where we had significantly more revenues than we had anticipated. So I think we talked about that during this past budget season where we were looking at increasing our budget for things like our investment account, and we looked at tuition from other LEAs, and I feel like we had a very good handle on what to expect. So I think that will also be significantly closer than it was in these years. So a huge portion of it is just the extra revenue as compared to the budget and the salaries. So yes, the hope is we will be closer. It is never a bad thing to have a surplus, but obviously you don't want to have so much that the taxpayers are feeling like they're spending money unnecessarily. So.
Just to clarify, I'm reading the memo that you had prepared, and just seeing like if there's anything that we need like to. So we're basically saying that we're projecting that amount for the surplus, but we also have more than 2 quarters left, correct? Like this is for the end of fiscal 25. This is 25. I was thinking about different vibes. Never mind. I knew where we were. Ignore the question, please. All right. Any other questions regarding this? Okay. We do not need to vote on that, so we're all set. Thank you, Leslie. Advisory reports.
The Policy Advisory Committee last met on September 22nd. We finished our review of Policy GCD, which covers non-unit benefits. The proposed revisions to that are on our agenda for this evening. We also reviewed the Title I Family Engagement Policy and decided that no revision should be made to the district policy, but that a more family-friendly procedure based on it could be utilized at the school level. We discussed the proposed cultural respect and inclusive engagement policy, and we will be reviewing teacher input on that at our next meeting. We also discussed the next steps for the grading policy and a plan for adopting an AI policy as well as a cell phone policy to be in line with the recently passed state law, which requires all districts to have one of those in place by August of 2026. Our next meeting is scheduled for Monday, October 27th at 5 p.m.
Thank you. Now that I'm the chair, can I make a motion that we move up under new business A, contract for WMS assistant principal to the next on the agenda? So we need a second.
Second.
All those in favor? Or any discussion? Sorry.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So, Dr. Taylor?
Okay, thank you. So tonight I would like to introduce Mrs. Courtney Macropolis, who's here in the audience. And pleased to recommend Mrs. Macropolis for appointment as the Wickford Middle School Assistant Principal. She brings 22 years of experience in education, including 10 years in middle school leadership. Most recently, she has served as the Secondary Curriculum Coordinator for Coventry Public Schools, where she has demonstrated excellence in instructional leadership and program development. Her professional expertise includes instructional leadership, data-driven decision-making, equity and access, staff development and supervision, student management, strategic planning, and scheduling and communications. She is deeply committed to building strong partnerships among teachers, students, and families, and is recognized for fostering inclusive learning environments that support both academic growth and student well-being. Passionate about middle-level education, Mrs. Macropolis embodies the qualities we value in school leadership: vision, collaboration, and a steadfast dedication to student success. We are confident in her ability to contribute meaningfully to Wickford Middle School and to the broader mission of our school department. I strongly recommend Mrs. Macropolis for this position and look forward to the positive impact she will bring to our district.
Thank you, Dr. Duba.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, welcome.
Welcome aboard. You don't have to stay.
Unless you really want to.
You're welcome to stay if you'd like to.
We
You
love
don't have
that. We love that for you. Congratulations. We're very excited to have you in the district. Okay, moving back up to item A under unfinished business.
Yes.
Correct. Before moving us along while I grabbed water, Rob. Can I get a motion for item A, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the changes that we discussed in executive session.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And thank you to the Bus Contractors Association for working through on that contract with us. We greatly appreciate it. Item B, can I get a motion, please?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. So discussion regarding the student handbooks. Any specific questions or just general information?
So a lot of the questions have been fixed, resolved from the first time that we talked about this. I just wanted to point out that to try to have inclusive language, because it doesn't reference parent and guardian, so just to try to be consistent with that.
We can get that.
And then there was still a few things in there in terms of tardy to school and early dismissal where the language in there does not match what's actually in our policy. And if it's a case where the actual things that are happening need to be updated in the policy, that's something that we should address. But there is some inconsistency there. And just to clarify that the electronic devices, that is not actually a policy, that is a procedure, and it's a distinction, so.
Yeah, Jen, I can go back and look again. I did note that there was some language where it may not have exactly matched policy language, but it fell under the scope of the policy language. A lot of times handbook language is not going to exactly mirror policy language because it pertains to like the actual day-to-day operations of the school, but it did fit within the scope of the policy language. It didn't.
And some of it was modified and it got better, but there are still just those two things. There is, in my mind, there is a distinction within there that like separates it from the policy. So if we're actually in practice
Perhaps
doing
Andrew,
something, we should
Andrew can
update.
take a look at that.
Okay, we can have Andrew take a look. Okay.
Yeah, just to make sure, like I hear what you're saying, you think it's within the bounds of the policy. Ms. Lima has concerns, the district attorney most certainly can
Understood.
break that tie.
Yep.
I'm just saying that feels like a right answer to
Yeah,
have.
and if we
look at
have
it.
to amend the policy because that's not the practice, like we can have that discussion. So that's
or
more-
maybe Andrew will look at it and think that it's fine,
Yeah.
so we can go from there.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments from the committee?
Do we table this to the next meeting?
We don't actually
We don't have to approve it.
We don't have to approve
This is
it?
just for
Okay.
discussion, yeah.
Yep. I guess to the committee, do we need to have this on a future agenda, or are we fine with just a follow-up email from Mr. Mezzanotte? Follow-up email, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, okay, great, thank you. Okay, moving on to item C. We can skip, correct?
Make a motion
Yep.
to table, skip, whatever.
We don't even need, we can just skip, right?
Table
Is
is.
it- All right, make a motion table.
Make a motion to table.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, item D, can I get a motion, please?
Motion to discuss.
Thank you, Sherry.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, any questions regarding the, consultant services?
Thank you for
I know
that.
last time we had some
Funding, yeah.
Okay, so we were provided with that. Any questions regarding this?
So if approved, when would this begin?
I will reach out to them this week. Because originally, some people reaching out in the summer, so I would, once I know this is approved, I can move forward and start working with them.
Okay, other questions from the committee? And the timeline is until, is it until done, or is it a time frame on like?
They have a year time frame,
Thank
so
you.
I suppose
Alright,
it's
that's
from whenever.
Yeah, so if we start
work.
September, yeah,
Yeah.
alright, that's what I thought, I just need to clarify,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, any other questions regarding this? I think we had talked about this before, but just making sure that we hit all three areas of the work. I know they had focused more on one than the others, but I think redistricting is obviously an important conversation, but also, the start times and transportation not getting lost in the mix of the greater work that we're hoping to get done, so. Anything else from the committee? Okay, hearing none, I need a motion to approve, I think.
Can I make a motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, great, thank you. I believe, okay, can I get a motion for E?
Make a motion to discuss.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I think this was a holdover one from ones that we hadn't gotten to before. Is there any questions on this one?
No, this one was a carryover that I'm all set with.
Okay.
Thank you.
So no action needed. Anything from the administration on that?
Nope.
Okay. Moving to policies.
I will make a motion to discuss GCB non-unit benefits.
Okay. Can I get a second for that?
Second.
So this is the first read of an existing policy which covers the employment terms of NKSD employees who are not covered by a collective bargaining unit or fall outside of other defined subsets as defined within this policy. It's been updated to more clearly define certain areas and includes proposed changes to, among other things, retirement, tuition reimbursement, salary computations, longevity, and merit pay. We'll see this policy one more time before voting on it. I noticed in reviewing it, there were just like not typos, but like things that didn't exactly translate over from the draft that we had discussed, just minor things, which I'll email you. But my one comment that I wanted to make tonight was in the performance report for non-certified staff, there is a line that is, they're judging staff on personal habits, including attire and hygiene, which seemed to me to be not necessarily appropriate. And that's just my opinion. I just wanted to point that out. I don't know how long that form has been in use. But
noted.
And so, like I said, we'll see this policy one more time before we vote on it. I will say that it's been like revised from start to finish, so like it really should be reviewed closely.
Any initial questions from the committee? Okay. To Ms. Lima's point, this is a pretty big lift on this one, so if people can review it and send any questions to the administration in advance of our meeting next week, that way we can make sure that have the information people need to make a decision on it. Moving on to 2.
I'll make a motion to discuss IHAM, health education / student exclusion.
Second.
So I just realized in going through this that the email did not go out to the community with either of these policies, so we'll have to follow up to do that so that the community also has an opportunity to review. So this is the first read of an existing policy which has been modified to name the 3 statutory waivers for exemption of a student from health education curriculum pursuant to the RIGL. It changes the word exclusion to opt-out and it incorporates language from the regulation policy. It also adds language noting that schools must provide families direction on how to opt students out. We'll see this policy one more time before voting on it. I wanted to address the citizens' comments because the timing in the policy was discussed during the meeting, and I think we did discuss doing 2, like one in the beginning of the year and one at the end, or we left the one at the end. But I know we did have a discussion on that, so I just, Rob, if you could just revisit that and let me know your thoughts.
That was my understanding as well. During the citizens' comment, I thought we had agreed that something would go out at the beginning of the year explaining the process to families and then a reminder a week prior.
Yeah,
before.
that's not documented. That's what we had
Yeah.
discussed, but it doesn't say
Yeah.
that. It only has the 1 week. So, but I do think that we had discussed in the meeting doing that, like
Beginning of the year and
beginning
then
of the
1
year
week
and
in
then
advance.
1
Yep.
week before.
Yeah, so if you all are amenable to that, if we could add it before they see it again, that would be appreciated.
And just to clarify, this would be to the entire district, not just like the high school, or right? It would just be one email to like one email to the community.
For this, was we're talking about the health education. Yes, this
Okay.
policy applies to all students in the district.
Does that need to be clarified, Jen? I know it says North Kingstown children and North Kingstown.
We can add that in just for clarification.
Yeah, maybe just it says K-12, so I think it's specific enough. But if we want to take a look at that, we can.
And can you clarify, like, how do parents get the curriculum? Like, do they have to go to the school to get it? Is that the
That's
only
typically
way?
what we do because we don't have.
Like, it's not electronic?
It's not like, yeah, because we can't make copies of it and then send it out. And so if they're physical books or whatever they may be, we do ask them to come to the school.
So
it is electronic though. To chime in, but when we
Sorry, Pam,
I understand.
Please don't.
So you can't send it electronically?
Yeah.
Right.
Is it
If you
like,
wanna
so it's going
send-
to be like someone asked and then you send them a link?
Yeah, all right, so why don't we check on that? And I think the request, Terry, it was to add whatever the process is. So that email's gonna go out, that tells family that they can review, and then you want in the policy how they can, what the process is to acquire.
Yes, because I don't think that's, honestly, prior to being on the school committee, I had no idea how you would, I don't think we're clear. And if we could Because even couldn't you send in an email? Well, yeah, like could someone get a link?
Well, that's what I'm just saying, like, we have to check with the company because it's copyrighted. So
Oh,
we
if
don't
you
know
can send it out.
You know what I mean? Like, if
So
we
we can
can
check
but
on
if
what-
the company says, no, you can't send that
Yeah.
out because it's,
And we can define who to contact for, or define the process of how to obtain the curriculum.
Because if we can't do it electronically, I do think a week's not enough time for someone to actually get
What,
to the
what
school.
we were saying is that we want it to be sent, like
so
in
you could
September.
get it at the beginning of the year in
Yes.
September then. I guess that was the question.
Like you'd get notified of your rights and the process in September, and so even if the curriculum's not being introduced until March,
You
you'll
could
know in
actually
September,
go-
so you have some time.
Okay.
And then you'll get a reminder a week in advance, I think was what we were hoping
Yeah,
to
that was,
happen.
that was what we had discussed, but it,
I made a note of that, and then I made a note about process for process for accessing the curriculum. And then any other questions on IHAM? And then Jen, I did make a note on follow up to make sure that gets emailed up to the community.
okay.
Was it just that one, or does GCB also?
No,
need to
they,
get all three?
all of them on here need to.
Okay, I'll make a note of that and make sure that happens tomorrow. ASAP. So they have time because we only have 1 week before
Right,
the next
right,
meeting.
yep.
Yep.
And then I'll make a motion to discuss IHAM.
Wait, sorry. Any other questions on IHAM? Everyone good? Okay, thank you.
Motion to discuss IHAMR.
Okay, second. Thank you.
Policies being recommended for deletion once the revisions to policy IHAM are approved, as the language in this is being incorporated into that one and will no longer be needed, and we will see this policy one more time before voting on it.
Any questions on that? Okay, thank you so much. Let's move on to item G. Can I get a motion, please?
A motion to discuss.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, any questions or comments from the committee regarding this item? MOA for new NKESP transportation position van driver.
So this is just, we didn't have that position actually in the other, in the agreement to begin with. Is that why we're adding it? Because it's a kind of a new position.
so, yes, sorry, I'm just
Because a
marking
van
something
driver
out.
is different than a minibus driver, I guess. That's what
Yeah, so the van is a new position that we want to be able to provide use of vans. So now we need a different job description for that. So the MOA is for that, and we also added in there about making sure that responsibilities have been checking for students on there.
do we currently have a van?
We have the. So what do we do with the
Three
van? We
van
have the
driver
vans,
positions
and
available.
right now.
All right, but
we have
just
the
right now we
vans.
don't have the, technically these
Right,
people
so-
who are driving the vans weren't actually
Yeah, so right
included
now
in
with
the
the
agreement.
vans,
We have one van.
right,
Come on up.
We have one van that we can use from home to school as of right now. The other two vans that I think when they see 3 vans are for the life skills program at the high school. So those aren't used for home to school. Those are just for those programs. So we have one van right now, and we do have a sub van driver at the current time driving it.
It was just that the person didn't really have a position in this agreement because of their title.
Correct.
Yes,
It's a new
that's
title
correct.
because we just started purchasing vans in the district.
Yeah, we're not adding humans. We're clarifying the contract because of the humans.
Got it.
Is that correct? Yeah. No, but I think it's an important distinction because it matters. For the terms expire line, that is blank on number 8. Looking at you, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, we usually recommend it goes for a year just to make sure both parties are comfortable with the, the arrangement.
We wouldn't do it until the end of the contract. Like, I don't want every year to have to update van language.
You can do it as long as you want, as long as they're in agreement with it. When I had drafted this for them, I said they just needed to pick a date, a time, so they knew, you had a finite amount of time. So if the agreement was working, it gets extended. If it's not working for any reason, you revisit the MOA. My recollection was a year. Yeah, that we had talked about a year.
Okay. So that would be a year,
August
like.
of 26.
Like, do you want it to be a year, September 30th? That seems silly.
I think we had talked about just getting
Not
through
silly,
the
but
school
like-
year, right? Yeah, getting through the school year to
So-
see if it worked.
So June, July 1?
It said July 1, 2026. Yep.
so then we'll have, so then.
If
after
prior to that, if the
we're
parties
gonna-
agree, they would just extend it out.
Right,
If
we
it's,
have
everything's
to-
working the way
we
it
have to
should
bring
be.
it
Yeah.
back to the school committee
For the
next
last
time.
school committee meeting. And you think that is something that we should do, even though,
Can we do it further out to like maybe August or
I-
September,
I-
just to give us the time, because then we have to come back and bring it back for.
So this sentence is a sentence that I had suggested, but I wasn't involved in negotiations, so I don't know what the discussion with the union was. I did have a conversation with Barbara, the rep, about giving it a finite period of time to making sure both parties agreed, and she was in agreement. But I don't know what was, so I'm hesitant to say 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, because I wasn't involved in that discussion.
Who was?
Was there any?
I mean, there definitely was discussion about how long. I mean, I think they agreed that we do it for 1 year and see how everything went.
Yeah, that was
So,
my
I mean, is it 1 year from when we sign, or we could say through the end of the summer?
I just
Let's do
want
1
to be
year from
careful
when
of
we
what
sign.
date we put on there is giving us enough time to be able to come back here
Just do
to
1 year when we
extend
sign.
it and have the drivers out of the room.
I would do 1 year from when we sign, because that way
It's a full
it
year.
won't get lost in the
Give us
sauce
the
for the
buffer.
summer. It won't get, like, it won't get,
So
like,
October
So
1,
from
20.
today.
yeah. Well, today, September 30th. Well, if you said, like, will expire on,
Either way, I really think this is just a matter of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
two parties saying, hey, is this working? Everything's going great, okay. I don't think it should be anything elaborate.
alright, we can do October 1, that's clean. Any other questions regarding this? Thank you, Stephanie. And so, it says that we're only adding one, but we have those vacant positions, correct?
I read this as adding the position, not the number of people.
That is, I don't know if that, I would like clarification on that, I guess.
Yeah, I read it that way too.
That's useful, somebody. So just to clarify, whereas the parties agree to add one position to the bargaining unit entitled van driver, that does not limit us to one human, that, like, we could have 50 van drivers, but it's the position title that,
We're adding one van driver.
One van, yep.
So if we hire 2 more, we have to modify this?
We only have one van.
Well, today we have 1 van, humor me, we buy one in 2 months, if we get another van driver, do we have to modify this?
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a reason why we're limiting it to 1?
That's what I was asked to do, just one position. I think it was because they only had the one van, they
Because we
wanted
only
to see
had
how
the
it went
one
for the
van.
year. That was my understanding.
Is it also because you don't want to tie that if it says 2, then you have to hire 2 people?
Yeah, I mean,
Is
I think
it like the
my
legality of
understanding
that?
when I was asked to draft this is we got this van, we'd like to create this new position, just the one position, see how it goes for a year, and then go from there. So that's the way this is
what's
drafted.
the benefit of doing it like this for the district?
Because if something doesn't, if you decide that you don't want the van, or you want to limit the hours, or you want to change something, you've only committed to the concept for a year as opposed to 3 years.
Oh, because we would, even if we didn't have a van, we might still have to have a person.
Well, I
because
think
it's
that
not
I think
a
you'd be
vehicle.
fine if you got rid of the
Technically.
van, but if all of a sudden you decide you didn't need the van for a full time or whatever it was, it's a brand new position and a brand new, I think, the whole initiative, right? This particular van, so they weren't sure how this was going to work or what it would look like. So that's why you just do a 1 year MOA, make sure everyone's in agreement with how it works, and then you incorporate into the contract afterwards if you want. That would be standard operating procedure.
I mean, I'm okay with the date, but I think to limit it to 1, I would rather be the parties agree to add the position to the bargaining unit.
I mean, that's up to the committee, then they would obviously have to go back to the union. I can't imagine you'd have a complaint from the union, but
Is there any concern about, like, the clauses that talk about, like percentage of employees and, like, does that affect this? Like, you know, like if, in the case of, like, layoffs and things like that, like, is that why it might have an effect?
No, I mean, again, this was really drafted just as it was explained, which is we only want to hire one person, we want to see how it goes, we've got one van.
Because here's where I'm going, right, so we do this MOA, we would visit it in a year, we just change the language boilerplate, and then, you know, a year and a half into that, then we want to add another, we have to bring back the MOA and
Well, yeah, I
reset.
think after you get to that year period, you just kind of align it with an actual contract and put this position right into the contract at that point in time.
But that wouldn't happen until we renegotiate the contract, right?
No, because you'd have to do it through, what you do here is if it was going well, you'd probably do another MOA to bring you to the end of the contract term and then incorporate it in.
But also, at that point, we could change the language in this MOA.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's
So,
why
since
it's limited.
Since they
Right, so
agreed to it,
if it's
it makes sense just to do it for a year.
Okay, any other questions regarding this?
Nope.
And the salaries align to like, how did we, for Exhibit B, like, how did we pick those?
So what we did is we took step one of last year's, and we did reach out to other towns in other areas to find out what they're paying their van drivers to make sure we were in line with it.
All right. And when you say last year's, what do you mean?
Last year's contract rates for the bus drivers, we looked at, it has different requirements than a bus driver. So
Yeah.
and we looked at what we were paying in our previous contract for the drivers, and then we, like it said, reached out to other districts to see what they were paying.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
I don't think we had a motion.
Never mind, just
I'll make
kidding.
a motion to approve.
Second. Okay. Do we need to do anything about that date, Andrew, since it's blank?
Just insert it in. Subject to
Do we
approve
need
the
to make a
memorandum of
motion,
agreement.
though?
Subject, not subject to, with the date of October 1 or September 30.
That's what you meant, right, Sherry?
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Add the date of September 30.
Okay, and do we have a second? Second. Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Awesome. Stephanie, did you get that motion? You got it? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle and Stephanie. Moving on to H.
Make a motion to approve.
Second. Okay, any questions regarding this? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Moving on to I.
Make a motion to discuss.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any questions regarding these?
Just, we're not approving these, correct? We're just discussing them. Because if we approve them, any change has to be brought back here. We did not approve them last year for that exact reason.
So is this just more like FYI, these are the committee dates?
Yeah, I think to Jen's point, like, if the school committee votes on the calendars, then, like, if it snows and DI has to reschedule, like, we have to approve that unless we put in the motion, like, that
Subject to.
yeah, the chairs can change the dates, basically. So last year we did not approve them. So we could with a caveat or not approve them and just leave them as is.
Well, I think it's just good to have them so that everyone can go see them ahead of time.
Yeah, like,
You know,
oh,
it's-
we definitely
it's
want to
good-
have them. It's more just, does the school committee want to approve them or not? And if we do approve them, I would recommend putting in some language that gives autonomy to the superintendent and to the chairs to move it as needed.
Yeah, I mean, if
So
you don't
whatever
have to
the committee
approve
wants
it,
to do.
I kind of do what you did last year.
Yep. All right, so everyone's comfortable with that. Does anyone have questions about the actual calendars?
We have one unresolved date on policy, which needs to get resolved, so we can discuss that outside of this meeting.
Well, right, because it's just info, so, yeah.
So policy and budget had an overlap, right, if I remember correctly, and so we just need to rectify that? Okay. Any other questions or comments regarding this?
And after tonight, these will be put on the website and updated, because I know the building subcommittee was not releasing.
Yeah, we only had a few up there.
Yeah.
But
We did
now
up
that
to
we have
October
these-
15th, I believe, and then the rest will be put on after tonight.
Okay, perfect.
And I would recommend putting them all on the district calendar and not linking to PDFs, because I think that is where it gets a little bit confusing, so if things change. So my recommendation is that the only way we list it is on the calendar, not in stagnant documents that might end up being wrong, if that makes sense.
Or a link to a Google Doc that gets updated.
Yeah.
Yep. Either way could work, but what can't happen is what we've had in the past,
Which
where
is
we've
an
uploaded
PDF,
the doc and then it never gets updated
Yes.
when we make changes.
Yep.
So however we want to communicate that is fine, but I think we just need to be careful, because sometimes when things are moving fast, that gets forgotten, like that piece of
Yep.
updating the PDF, so.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you can see it, and I feel like these calendars are just good for the committee members to have, you know what I mean? So then if you do change it, you could say to them like, hey, we changed these dates, just so you can give it to everyone to have, who's on the committee, so they'll put it in their calendar.
Yep. Any other questions regarding the calendars? Okay, if not, we will move on. We will skip item J for now. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to go out for an RFP for a new district law firm.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
When is the end of our
So-
current contract?
It's at will.
It's at will, okay.
Totally at will.
We had agreed that we would revisit this at the end of the school year, which
Just to clarify, we said that we revisit it, just the years sometimes get muddy. We had said revisit at the end of this school year.
No,
in
at
our last
the end of the
conversation.
school year that already finished. So
Okay,
like,
thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, I think it's just good practice. We've had this law firm for 9 years. We haven't had any updates to this. We have an at-will contract. We don't have an actual contract. And usually it's like a 3 to 5 year cycle, especially with new school committees coming in. So there's been a lot of turnover and just the same law firm. And I just think it's good to, and we're always going to have litigation. Right? So my contention is that there will always be litigation and we will always need a law firm. So that's why I think it's just good practice, and I believe probably most districts do this, especially with turnover of school committees.
Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 2. All those against, please, what is the word?
Nay.
Thank you. Please say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, motion fails. Moving on to L.
Make a motion to discuss.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. So this is on for discussion. We had discussions in the past regarding district administrative positions. We had a past position for a COO, and we had said, I think when we had dissolved that position, that we would revisit it and discuss it, and so we put this on for discussion.
So I was against eliminating that position back then because I was concerned about the amount of work that it was going to place on Dr. Duba, and I think that it was a mistake to eliminate that position. I think we need another administrative position, and I would be in favor of making one happen.
Okay, other discussions?
I'm completely against adding this position back. I think that we have much bigger issues in the district that we could cover using this money. I think it's a superfluous position. I think that there are a lot of other things that we could do, especially on the school committee level, internally, to eliminate a lot of excess work and unnecessary work. And I think we need to prioritize where this position's money would be going. I, as a resident, was extremely against the COO made-up position to begin with, and it's not really a position that exists in any district that I know of. I think it's just totally unnecessary if we fix things at different levels. So I think there are two truths here. I think that there's a lot of work that has to be done. I don't think the solution is filling it with an extra administrative position. I think we need to look internally, look in the mirror, and fix things from our end first before we go out for another 6-figure salary that we already had.
I totally agree with you, because I feel like if we were going to hire someone, we're better off hiring another math specialist or another English specialist. We don't have enough of those at the middle school. We don't have enough guidance counselors, and you're missing kids through the cracks, missing those positions. So going and spending out a 6-figure salary for an administration position when we actually need educational positions, I think is completely wrong. And I think Dr. Du has been doing a great job handling it, and also the administration. I feel like everyone always steps up and helps when things are needed.
Okay, any further discussion?
May I?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd like to hear from the actual administration.
So I wrote something, and I was going to send it earlier, and I didn't, and I went back and forth, but I do have something prepared just to read. So I respect the fact that that as a committee you want to look at how to provide more assistance and leadership in the district. At the beginning of the 24-25 school year, I recommended the elimination of a chief of operations position along with the restructuring of our administrative positions. The change resulted in the redistribution of departments, reporting to the superintendent, assistant superintendent, and director of finance, as well as a new supervisor of information technology position. At that time, the school committee asked that we review the need for this position in a year. We are here now. While I understand and respect the rationale for seeking additional leadership capacity, after reviewing our current organizational structure and operational needs, I believe our resources would be more effectively utilized by strengthening support at the department levels particularly in the areas of finance and transportation, rather than another executive level position for our district. I look at the district needs, I look at within administration and the needs in our departments, and I think we need people that are going to be here doing the work, not directing the work at this time. At this time, our greatest challenges are not at the executive decision-making level, but rather in the day-to-day operational workload. In the finance department, the volume and complexity of financial reporting, compliance requirements, and budget management have grown significantly. I think that's just over time. In the past, there were 2 controllers. We only have 1. Adding another controller or assistant controller would provide much needed capacity to ensure accuracy, timely reporting, and continued fiscal accountability can be completed. I see a lot of what the director's doing, and I think there could be more assistance in that department in the work that needs to get done. In the transportation department, each year from July through October, the demands of bus routing, adjustments, and parent communication exceed our current capacity. A part-time assistant dedicated to supporting the creation, review, and adjustment of routes during this critical period will allow us to provide more reliable and efficient transportation services to families while reducing delays and errors that can happen because of that. So I think rather than creating another executive level position, I could strongly disagree as the superintendent that we need that. I respect the fact that looking into providing me help, but I really think that if we had more help under, more would be able to get done in a more efficient and timely manner. So my recommendation, if we were to look at this and see if there's a need and if budgeting allowed for that, would be 1 additional assistant controller in the finance department and a part-time transportation assistant, specifically from like the summer through the fall, which is the busiest time of year. While additional executive leadership may be beneficial, our immediate need is to expand operational supports where the workload is most concentrated. By investing in these positions, we can build capacity at the ground level, ensuring that our core functions are executed effectively, efficiently, and in direct service to students, families, and staff.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Duva. If you can get that, I tried to catch most of it, but if you don't mind sending it out to us, that'd be greatly appreciated. Any further discussion on this item?
So I thank you for sharing that, and I appreciate your concern for your staff. And I don't disagree that those are needed. I don't disagree that interventionists are needed. My concern remains the same, is that there are too many people reporting into you, and that requires more time than you should be devoting to hands-on supervisorship. And with another position that would take that off of you and allow you to focus more on strategic planning instead of having to ride the bus as a bus monitor, spend 3 hours working on transportation routes. Like, those are not things that the superintendent should be dealing with. Those are things that should be dealt with at a lower level. And if you're saying that we don't have the personnel, like, that's a separate issue. But I really think that there are there's too many things reporting into you.
I agree that some of that is not something I should have to be doing, but I also look at, as in this district we are a team, and I think there's no job that a superintendent shouldn't have to do or get involved in when there's an immediate need for something.
I appreciate that team spirit, but there is a difference between being willing to and recognizing that that's the most efficient use of your time. And I think that's where we are. So, maybe that goes to Megan's point of, having to revisit other things, but I just, right now, there is too much of the day-to-day on your plate. And I appreciate your willingness to do it, but you shouldn't have to do it.
But you're giving another reason what Dr. Juve is saying, is you need people underneath. I don't think we need another executive position.
So maybe something else we could take a look at. And again, this is a preliminary discussion because I did not think it was a good plan to have this discussion at the exact same time as the budget discussion, right? So I felt like if we start talking about this now, things move slow, and so it would give us time to think about what we want to look at, et cetera, have the discussions in November, December, in preparation for some guidance as far as staffing for budget season. So this is not a decision we need to make today. It's trying to be proactive so that we're not scrambling at the last minute. So I think I think all the points that have been made are valid. I do think something that we might want to consider is taking a look at the org chart itself and thinking about reporting structures. So, because right now we do have the supervisor of transportation reporting to you, Ken. We have the director of athletics reporting to you. Those are two big areas in a large district. And not to say, I just think like, again, from that like strategy perspective and also like the day-to-day, the word is not going to come right, like crisis management, right? Like the things that come up from a day-to-day perspective, I do think that the size of our district and the workload, like we just need to adjust something. And I'm not advocating that we go back to COO. I'm not advocating like anything. I do think though that we need to think about it structurally, because I think that no matter who's in your role, like there's something not balanced. And so maybe taking a look at org chart could be interesting. Maybe looking at other schools' org charts again and thinking about what might be one of the effective things, or also maybe having, if you all could look at like where are some of the time challenges to try to figure out maybe how to prevent those or how to more effectively triage them, for lack of a better word. Other thoughts on what might be helpful in moving this discussion forward? Because I do think there's a variety of ways to approach this issue, but it does sound like we are all in agreement that like we want to shift something, whether it be adding staff at different levels, whether it be changing reporting structures, whether it be adding an administrator. Like there doesn't seem to be anyone on the school committee saying we shouldn't do anything. It seems like we just have some differing opinions on how we can do that. So maybe some more information come from you all on possible alternative options. I know you presented the staffing today as well, but maybe taking a look with the conversation.
Yeah.
Any other discussion on this? If folks have other thoughts, send it to Dr. Duba, and we'll see it on a future discussion. All right, moving on to M.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Why else we run out of letters today? Okay. Okay, so we motion discussed. Do we have any questions regarding this item?
Just looking for an update. That was.
So do you have an update?
We don't have an attachment on this, right?
No, I just wrote stuff down to share. So just as far as a background with the athletic turf and the track, the athletic turf field was completed in October of 2019, opening for the start of the 2019-2020 athletic season. In addition to the installation of the turf field, there was also the track. The base layer of the track was installed in the summer, and then the final layer was installed in this summer after that. So between 2019 and 2020, everything there was completed. The turf and track should be replaced in 14 years. And I'm just going back historically, it's what I found as far as artifacts and documents from when this was originally built. So we need a plan for this by 2033. The approximate cost at that time for everything that was done there was $2.8 million. That also included the stands, the scoreboard, and light.
Can you say the cost again, sorry?
Yeah, it was $2,847,000, and I put as approximate cost from what I found.
Okay, thank you.
The district hired PR Corporation and Birchwood Design to do the work. So I reached back out to, not PR, PAR, sorry. So I reached back out to PAR because, we're working with them now with the projects that we're on. And I asked if they could get me an estimate of what the cost will be for replacement of the turf and the track, as well as a timeline. So they are working on that. They need to reach out to their other consultants that they work with to get me that information. So we're in the process of gathering that. And then once we have that, I can report back out as far as what that will be. Currently, we have assigned in our fund balance for this line item $1 million.
Yep, and so
I think
just
we're on a good track of what we need. I'm just waiting on getting an estimate. And obviously these are estimates because we'd have to go out for RFP for the actual work.
yeah. In the estimates, are you asking them for how much it would cost if we did it today, or how much it would guesstimate of how much it would cost if we did it in 14 years?
What would it be now, and what is it going to be at the time of when this needs to be replaced?
Yeah. Okay.
So.
But again, that will just be a guesstimate. We're not doing an official RFP. We're just trying to get a sense to figure out how much money the district needs to save and to see if we're on track or not on track. And when we hit that threshold of what the amount that we need, making sure that we're not continuing to put money in the turf saving account, if you will.
And I just, the fund balance says turf, but we're gonna have to replace the track, so I'm looking into that as well, because all of that was done at the same time.
So should we just rename it turf and track?
We can at some point,
Just so
we'd have to, we'll bring it up, and every year we have to reassign the fund balance to the school committee, so.
So we could do it like during the budget
Yeah.
time? Okay.
With the original.
Do you discuss this with the budget and finance committee?
So not yet, we haven't met yet to bring it back to them.
Okay. But you
that's where that's where it came from.
Okay.
So the request came out of budget and finance as recommendations by the school committee, and the school committee then directed me to gather all this information. But I was then out on medical leave, so we were behind on getting it done because I wasn't here.
Great. Any questions regarding this or any requests along with that thought process? So what I heard was that Dr. Deaver reached out to the company that had done the original work to try to get just a guesstimate of like what it would cost her to replace not only the turf at the high school, but also the track that's around it. Sorry, Stan, you're there for life. Okay. Any other questions or comments on that? Okay, let's move on. Item N, update on Special Education Local Advisory Committee compliance. Do we have a motion for that?
I'd like to make a motion, unless you already know now, Dr. Duba, to report back to us no later than, let's say, I don't know, our upcoming, not the 7th, but the next school committee meeting, I'm assuming is going to be October 21st, with the compliance of CELAC with state educational regs and all that other stuff.
I just need a motion so we can.
So motion to.
I just do a motion to discuss if you want.
Discuss, sure.
Second. You can do whatever you want, but.
Yeah.
All right. So motion to discuss from Megan. Then we have a second from Sherry, and then you definitely said that comment after you made the motion. So we're cool with that, Dr. Drew.
Yep.
Do we have an update? Rachel left.
I do not.
All right.
Okay.
I know that the information has been, because I'm the liaison for that one, Megan. So the information has been shared with the chairs of CELAC regarding what needs to be done to make sure that they are in compliance. And so I did share with them like the regulations and the documents and things like that. And I know Dr. Santa was working with them on that. So I know that there is some progress, but I don't know if I don't have a list of like everything that's been resolved. They haven't met yet. So
okay, who are the chairs?
The chair is.
So someone, like you're not the chair?
No,
Does it
so
need
this
to be
is
someone?
a different.
No, CELAC
okay. Doesn't have to be one of them then. Okay.
Yeah, so there isn't a school committee chair on CELAC. It's
Just someone on
completely, yeah, so I am just a liaison. I am just like the middle bridge between what CELAC does and the school committee. It's a little bit different because it's a state mandated committee. So it's, I'm just there.
Yeah, there's a parent that chairs.
Yeah. So I will, as the liaison though, I'm happy to follow up with them to get an update along with Dr. Duba. Anything else on that? Questions? Okay. Moving on to O.
Motion to, I hate saying motion to discuss because the discussion comes in with the motion. So the actionable motion to be updated on the policy subcommittee.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Dr. Duba, can you provide an update?
Yeah, so we have, we put the application out for the membership for the policy subcommittee. At the time when it went out back in May, we put it out for parents and for staff and students. We did not get anyone for staff and students. We did get membership for parents. That membership was reviewed. There was a misunderstanding on my part with the other chair as far as members that were on there.
What was the misunderstanding? I mean, you reviewed it, right?
So the misunderstanding was that when I received the list, there were names that were highlighted, and I thought those were named. No, yes, it was.
No,
and we
but
talked
you
about
didn't
this.
receive the list. You went into the file. There's a difference. 'Cause
So
I sent
no,
names.
so the file. So maybe there's even more. So on that day, which was right before, spreadsheet that came through from the Google form. My understanding was that you had looked at that. There were names on there that were highlighted. So I thought those were names for me to look at. So I went through those names that were highlighted as far as suggestions. And from there, chose 3 parents, made sure we had someone from the elementary level, the middle level, and the high school level, which what they were represented. I asked Mr. Mezzanotte to call them to make sure that they were notified, did so, and the misunderstanding was that was not the case, and so in talking about it, it was not how it was represented. So it was decided to table that. I was going out on medical leave. I was trying to get all that in and done before I left. And so it was tabled. And then what was asked of me to do was to re-post the application for this committee for parents as well as staff and students. We had no one from staff and students. And to make sure that when we receive it, we are going to reconsider our recommendation for the parent guardians by still including those that applied back in May.
So they don't have to reapply.
Right,
Yeah.
they don't have to reapply, along with the new submission of applicants that we have. And then review that together between Jen and I as chairs and make a recommendation to the committee.
Well, the recommendation should come from the superintendent, because that's what's in the policy. But, so you're saying you didn't even look at the names?
No, I'm saying I submitted different names and Ken never.
It doesn't matter that you submit them. You reviewed them. It's very,
didn't
this is
review
your
them.
policy. It says applications to serve on an advisory committee will be reviewed by the advisory committee chairs. You looked at the names. Prospective members of each advisory committee shall be recommended by the superintendent, which is Dr. Dewar, and shall be voted on by the school committee during one of their regular meetings. I think it's ridiculous that that did not happen. The policy subcommittee is really important, and we need to have more than 4 people on it.
I don't disagree with you.
Well, then,
So Ken never gave us names though, right?
yes, he did.
No, we didn't.
He
On the
didn't, because
agenda?
it wasn't put
On
on
the
the agenda.
agenda?
So I
No,
guess
it
I
was
want to know,
discussed
why was it
between
not
us.
put on the agenda?
It wasn't,
Yeah.
so it was,
And I asked for it to be put on the last agenda, and it wasn't.
oh, so,
Wait, that's not
so
how
what,
that went.
so
Yes,
what
it is
happened,
how it
what
went.
happened on that
I
day?
requested it on the agenda form.
Jen
Like-
and I had a conversation about the names. And there was my misunderstanding, and I'll put it rather, it was my misunderstanding. I thought the names that were highlighted were names to select from. And then you and I talked about it, and we said that we weren't gonna put it forward. And that it was tabled, and then I went out on medical leave on the next week. That was a Friday. And then Monday was my last day here, and I was out.
But it wasn't tabled. It was put on our draft agenda. We all got copies of it, that it was on the agenda. And then on that Friday, when the agenda went through, it was suddenly off the agenda. So it's just a weird, it's, the whole thing is weird, how it went down.
Okay, so it
No,
wasn't
like, the
tabled,
people
but then-
Dr. Duva picked should have been on the agenda, and they weren't. And I think it's just because you didn't want those people that he chose.
No, it's because we didn't have a conversation. The
You
chair-
don't need to have a conversation. You reviewed it. The policy doesn't say you have to have this whole conversation. It basically says you have to review it.
Chairs always review with the superintendent and have a conversation and come to an agreement on who they're gonna put forward. That conversation didn't happen.
It didn't need to have it.
It did.
No, it didn't. You just didn't want who we chose to be on the committee. Because you like having 2 people and the 2
Oh, we
on it.
definitely.
I submitted 3 names.
I don't care who you submitted. It's who Dr. Duva chooses.
He didn't
That's what
even
it
see
is in the
name- He didn't
policy.
even see the names that I submitted.
It doesn't matter.
And I didn't. I mean, I will say, I didn't. I went off the list of all of the applicants, and there were names that were highlighted on there.
But he can choose who he wants. That's what it says in the
I'm
I'm
policy.
confused. Who did you submit names to?
Jules.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that never made it to Ken.
It
By
did
the
make
time
it to him.
made it, he had already made those phone
Got it.
calls.
Understood.
Yeah.
All right, so Dr. Duba, as far as moving forward in this, can you clarify what you're doing to move us forward on this? Because
So
I do
we-
agree, I very much agree strongly that having parents, students, and additional members on the policy subcommittee is a really good thing. And so I know we seem like we're stuck in the mud, like how are we moving forward so that we can get folks
So
on this
we
committee?
reposted the application.
Yeah.
When that closes, Jen and I, as the chairs of that policy committee, will review what student names were put forward, what staff names were put forward, and what parent guardian names were put forward.
And just for clarification, I've been asking since August to have that application go back out, so I do understand.
No, it
the
didn't need to
timeliness.
go back out. I think the parents that were chosen should be on the next school committee agenda. That's what I think should happen. But you don't want those people on the policy
You
subcommittee.
don't even know who I selected.
It doesn't matter. I don't care who you selected. I think we need to have parents on that committee before we have any more policy subcommittee
We
meetings.
definitely need to have.
Because we
parents
don't
on the
have
committee.
enough people on there who actually represent the entire school department.
The one thing too, Sherry, and I hear your frustration, when we originally created the policy subcommittee, like, we had talked about the size of the membership or not, because there was, when I came onto the school committee, there was no defined, like, who should be on it. It was actually really not transparent and not inclusive whatsoever of a process. And so we actually, at that time, went through and created the process for the policy subcommittee, who would be on it, et cetera. That was not in writing whatsoever. It was, like, I had no clue what they were doing. It was literally just, I believe, the superintendent, maybe the school committee chair, and I don't even know who else was on that committee. And so we went through and we had done that, and we had talked a lot about who should be on it, who should not be on it, the size of it, et cetera. And at that time, the school committee made that decision to have it be a smaller group, but also to invite voice in. And so we had talked about inviting, you know, if it was a policy that was really heavy on the high school, inviting folks in. And also making sure that we had citizens' comments so folks' voices could be in. So it wasn't that when we created it, we were trying to make it really small and exclusive. Like, we had had a lot of discussion regarding that. Then, of course, we had the future discussion of adding people, and I completely agree that we should add people. But I also do think that, like, I hear the thing between Kevin and, like, I do think it's important that any chairs of the committees, like, have that discussion. And so when Ken and I were discussing this, when it was warm out, May, like, I had made a recommendation that that conversation happen, just like between, a conversation happened between Jen and Ken, and that, I think, is where the delay came. But it is in no way, I don't think, to me, like, in my perspective of the chair and having the conversation with Ken, it was not to who was on it, who was not on it. I actually don't even know the full list of who was on it or who Ken had called, like, but I do think, I understand why Jen was frustrated as well. Like, I see both sides.
That conversation in and of itself, though, was problematic, right? Because now you've got 3 out of the 4 people having conversations outside of a public meeting. So that's a roll of
Who's the third?
You were talking to Ken, and Ken was talking to Jen, and you were talking to Jen, and
Ken's
you were
not a
talking
school
to Ken.
committee member, though.
Okay, so
that's
but
not,
3
that
of the
doesn't
4
bring
people
that.
on a committee? No?
It's not, and then the policy subcommittee is not inclusive, because I recommended Meg to be on it in the beginning when we got on the school committee, and she was voted, you know, it was voted down.
Yeah.
So that we could actually have the 2 people that want to be on the committee to make all the policies. So that's why I think adding outside people is so important, and I'm very frustrated that you think it's fine not to just put those people on the next school committee agenda. And if it was important enough, you would.
I'd like to, go ahead.
I agree with you. I'm the one who put the recommendation forward to have parents be added. I modified that policy because I heard the feedback. I put the request through. It got voted on here. I've been asking, Ken went out on medical leave the day that happened, and from the time he got back, I was asking for the application to go back out.
Then put it on the next school committee agenda.
We
The people that Dr. Duva chose.
He can put them on, but that's not who we selected, and that's not the way it's supposed to work. The chair and the superintendent are supposed to work together.
Yeah, the chair, yeah.
I'd also just like to go on record, go in the complete opposite direction, to say that policy committee is not a recommended committee. And I think that there are way too many meetings and way too many in the weeds 20-page documents that get pumped out, and I'm exaggerating. And there's just way too much time spent on this. That one of the reasons Dr. Duva is so busy is because he's on at all these meetings. I think that if we actually read the policy, that it's up to the superintendent to implement recommending policies to move forward, and then in fact you do bring in whoever is involved in the policy or will be affected by the policy. So for instance, if it's teachers, if it's the grading policy, for instance, or something like that, I think then you call a meeting and you have those stakeholders involved. But I don't think that we need to have twice-a-month meetings. I don't think we even technically have to have an official policy committee. Not every district does, and in the past we haven't. I'm not saying that when we didn't have one that we also didn't blow over a ton of policies that need to be changed, but I just think going from one extreme to the other has also not been helpful. So I'd like to go on the record as saying that I don't even think we have to have a
Modify
policy
the
committee.
schedule to meet once a month moving forward.
Any further discussion on this? So it sounds like Ken, when's the application close?
I gotta go back and check.
October
It should be
3rd.
soon.
Yeah, October 3rd.
Okay, so is it reasonable to ask that after it closes on October 3rd, the 2 chairs can meet and we can have this on as an agenda item on October 7th, which is our next meeting? And I know that that is a short time frame, but I do feel like because of the
We can
delay.
try October 3rd, it's a Friday.
Yeah.
And then
Get a
we
meeting
have to-
Monday is what I'm saying, and have it on the agenda. I just think, like, I hear Sherry's frustration. I also, as I believe that that is the intent of the committee, that we want folks on it. So if we could possibly have it on the 7th and not have to wait another 2 weeks after that, I would greatly appreciate it. Anything else on this? Okay, moving on to P. Can I get a motion for P, please?
A motion to discuss?
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion on this item?
Well, who put it on the agenda?
Which one is it?
Finance and leadership school applications.
No, it's
This is
NK,
policy.
Oh my
SC,
God,
and
sorry.
NK. Yeah, I'm assuming one of us did, so if someone
Wait,
could
where?
explain why it's on.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, that's me, and I
That's
really
you?
want to discuss this one. I'm looking at the wrong agenda. I'm looking at the last time agenda. Sorry. Okay. Hold on. I'm actually. I kind of wish Steph Russo had been here because I wanted to talk to her about this. So maybe Kenny, you could help me with this. I would like to make a motion to task the superintendent to ensure all employees not assigned to a building and not part of a collective bargaining unit have an official contract of employment with the proposed contracts to be approved by the school committee.
Okay, so we have Andrew, is that motion, I don't care, but is that okay to make within the item that's on the agenda?
Megan, you're asking to make a change to the policy, or just that to comply with the policy?
So,
Can we just do a motion to discuss? And then,
did.
all right,
We did.
did we?
Yeah.
All right, I don't know.
We did.
Oh, yeah, we did, because then we didn't
And we all
discuss
didn't
again.
talk.
Thank you, Sherry. Okay, so we
Okay,
are in a motion to
second.
discuss. So Megan,
All right, sorry.
let's clarify it, and then if you want to make a different motion, you're welcome to.
So I got a list from Steph Russo about people who do not have contracts in our district. And that policy, the way I'm reading it, it's not a contract. It's like benefits and things like that. There are still people, like for instance, if you look at GCF 2 paragraph C, it says compensation for administrators and other personnel not assigned to individual schools who are not covered by a collective bargaining agreement shall be determined by the school committee. And where applicable, the school committee shall be responsible for entering into a contract of employment with administrators and other personnel not assigned to individual schools who are not covered by a collective bargaining agreement.
Yep. So the way that's usually handled, I think we're on the same page. So basically, this gets into the superintendent appoints the people to these positions, but you guys as a school committee have the authority to enter into a contract with them. Where it says where applicable, you're responsible for entering into the contract. So is your concern we've got people employed without a contract?
That's right. And I think there's let me bring it up. It's 5 or 6 of them. I got the list from Steph Russo.
Is that?
Yeah, this dives into GCB. Yeah.
So I don't care how everybody wants to handle it. I really just wanted to discuss it, and
So I guess, Andrew, the first question is compliance with this policy. So do you think we're out of compliance?
Well, it says where applicable. So, I guess the question would be is how are we employing these? I'm going to call them GCB people, but some of them do have contracts.
That's right. I think
So
there's
the
like
GCB
15 positions, and 9 of them
I'm
do.
not privy to the list that you have, but I'd
Yep.
like to see it if that's okay, and then
Mhm.
maybe we can reconcile it through the policy.
Yeah.
I don't know who those people are, but it's
So it sounds like,
Well, for instance, administrative assistants. The 2 administrative assistants do not have contracts.
yeah, and we,
well,
yeah.
okay.
So,
I don't know.
As far as I hear you, Megan. So as far as the compliance piece, it sounds like, Andrew, in your opinion, we are compliant because it has that when applicable. And
Where
so
applicable,
that's kind of
yeah, and
open
then
to
you
whomever.
would defer to common
Yeah.
law, which is if you don't have a contract for a set term, you're an employee at will.
Yeah, and so, but what I hear you, Megan, is that you have concern regarding the employees that don't have contracts, and so my recommendation would be, Dr. Duke, if you want to consider that, but also consider it within, like, if they did have contracts, it will reference policy GCB
So,
often. So I think just making.
I did bring that up last year when we first started looking at GCB.
Mhm.
About the policy, and my first recommendation I brought to the policy committee was to have template contracts for everyone, not just the policy.
Mhm.
And that was not agreed upon by the policy committee.
Yeah, I think the
I
biggest.
just want to remind we did talk about that.
Yeah, we did talk about it, but I do think that there's a difference between individual contract language and consistency. And so I think that's where I was coming from whenever we were talking about it, was that making sure to have a policy that every single person within that policy didn't have a different thing. So it, like, for example, administrator assistant A couldn't have 4 weeks of vacation and then administrator B could have 2. So I think there's a combo between like not recreating what's in GCB, but also like if you wanted to put forward contracts for individuals, I don't think it's a template. I think it's if there's 5 people, it would be your decision to bring forward that recommendation.
What I meant by template is the consistency piece of
Yep.
what should be in each of those contracts of what we provide for benefits.
Yep.
You know, and all of the other pieces of the contract with vacation days, sick time.
So,
where it may be.
am I right saying there's people who don't have like any employee
We
agreement at all?
Right, we have some members under the GCB that do not have a contract.
Which is like not super unusual. But also we could fix it, like if the committees, but for this particular agenda item, we're about compliance. So we've had the compliance discussion, and then I can put that on for a future meeting. Like if Dr. Duba wants to bring forward contracts, he's more than welcome to, or we can put on a contract, like we can have that contract piece discussion at a future meeting.
Or we can, when we revisit GCB, include this discussion as part of that, because you can just roll that right into the policy.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I just mean, I feel like everyone should have some sort of employee something that was agreed upon when they were hired.
Okay, so I will add that there. All right, any other thing on that one? Okay, moving on. Can I get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to task Dr. Duba to provide to us by October 21st the most recent playground report for our policy and make a recommendation on whether the policy needs updating.
Second.
Any further discussion?
No, I mean it's pretty straightforward. Just if we could
So I
just
can
see.
say that they are starting those evaluations this week.
Okay,
with the trust.
perfect.
So,
10/21, a reasonable time frame.
well, I can come and say I don't have either. I'll have it or
Yeah,
not
I
have it.
just threw out an update. I can change it.
I don't know if they'll have the actual, evaluations.
And also, I mean,
And
the
we
policy
can
does
look
say
into
twice a year. I think that's a little
Well,
excessive.
and I was gonna ask. I don't know, like, because if we do it twice, we'd be doing it.
So that
probably-
policy's
we do it
not
now in
on right now,
fall,
so we-
and then, my thought was in scheduling this, I was scheduling for the fall and then again in the spring. In that way, which I think it only needs to be done once a year.
I wonder why that is. Okay, so Jen, can you note that for?
And I can find out
Yeah,
too.
we actually have had this on the agenda.
Yeah,
for
I can find out from the
policy
trust
for this
what
reason.
the recommendation is from them of how often the playground should be evaluated.
Okay, so
I'll find out.
we have, so the motion is the October whatever date,
21st.
yeah, Megan, would you, it's by the end of the calendar year?
Yeah, whenever the reports are ready.
Yeah, that
Let's
sounds
just say whenever the
like-
reports are ready. If they're already,
I
as
would
long
think
as they're already.
November's probably more realistic. I don't know if I'll have something back to 21st one because they're coming out this week.
Okay, yeah.
So how do we say the second meeting in November?
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you want to amend your motion?
Yeah,
Or
so-
take your motion back and then read
Yep,
the motion?
so strike that motion. So I'd like to make a motion to task the superintendent to provide the most recent playground report by the second school committee meeting in November.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on that? Ken, does that sound reasonable?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right, and then it sounds like it's already on the policy school committee, or policy agenda committee, it just hasn't gotten to the talk about stage of it, so that will stay there, and then we can review, and it sounds like Dr. Dubel will connect with the trust regarding, maybe that's there because they tell us we have to do it or something, so we'll figure that piece out. Anything else on that, Megan?
No, thanks.
Okay, so we need to vote on that motion. Any other discussion?
Nope.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Megan, if you don't mind filling out that form for that and noting the November meeting, that would be super appreciated. Thank you. Update number R. Can I get a motion for R, please?
All right. Let's see. I'd like to make a motion to ask Dr. Duba to ensure that administrators are current on FERPA and PPRA requirements and report back to us. I don't know. on a date to be
November.
second meeting in November, on any plans for administration, professional development on these topics.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion on this?
Kenny, you, I think I've expressed like some concerns over some stuff about, things that have been mentioned that, so, and I know that you would, well, anyway, I'll let you talk. I don't know.
So,
if you understand this.
Yeah, because there was an email last year that came out from one of the schools that had like student names and it with like assessment data that shouldn't have been sent out. It was around there.
So this is about PD and FERPA. So do we have a current existing PD calendar for when staff gets trained on
FERPA? So what we do is
FERPA?
when anything that's legal, we invite Andrew to an admin council meeting, and so I'll have that scheduled. We had talked about it.
Yeah, and I'm sure I can tell you, I've got to have a template on both, so it's
pretty standard.
Change from South Kingston to North Kingston or something like that.
Exactly.
That would be a problem.
Once we do it during our admin council meetings, that's when we have all of the administrators at the table.
The whole staff doesn't need FERPA training though, because anybody can violate FERPA. So I actually am immensely concerned that it's just that higher level staff.
So let me start with the administrators, and then talk about how we can then bring that down to a faculty meeting. Because my suggestion would be is that we come in, train the administrators, and then put something together that can be done at a faculty meeting with everyone and share it.
Yeah, and not everything has to be an in-person training. Like I do a lot of compliance trainings through like online modules or like FERPA's a pretty standard one.
But we can't do that because if we're requiring our staff to do something outside of their workday, we have to pay them.
Yeah.
So it's very different.
Do it.
When we think of the element with our union,
that's their time.
That's their time. So we're dealing with unions here. So every time people throughout do a PD, do this, send this out, that's voluntary. We want to make sure that every staff member is getting it. It has to be during one of those. We only have 4 professional development days, and we only have 2 left. And the third one's already scheduled with stuff to do, so we only have 1 PD day left, which is later in March. However, faculty meetings, we can do something during a faculty meeting as well.
Plus, I think it's a smaller level, so I think it's actually better. That
so
the faculty level, not as many people.
Yeah, you'll be in touch about it.
Yeah, I'll send you some of the stuff I already have.
That might be something that we want to consider. Right. Like how you do the annual ones at the beginning of the year, like the updates and reminders.
Well, yeah. What I'll say is there's already a lot that we do.
But FERPA's insanely important. I'm just saying.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, we got to think about every time we write a policy and say provide professional development.
No, I understand. But if you asked me what is one of the most essential things, it's student privacy protections. So.
No, it is.
Just thinking about how to do that.
A small, doing it at the faculty meetings, I think people would pay attention more than at making sure they read it.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I do think making sure that all staff gets the same information in the same way is important too, because you want to make sure to have that consistency. So I agree with you, but also want to just make sure that they're getting consistent messaging. Anything else on that? No. All right, so it sounds like for follow-up, do we want official follow-up from Dr. Duva on that? What was the motion, Megan? Because you have an actual motion on.
Yeah, I made the motion.
So what are we doing by November? Stephanie, can you read the motion back to me?
Task Dr. Duva with administrative professional development on FERPA. I think there's probably a verb there that I didn't.
Yeah, what your plan is. Basically, report back on your plan.
Yeah, it says plan.
Yep.
So make a plan for training to present by November?
Yes. How about second meeting of November?
Yeah, that's good.
Update on plan by November. If you want to do it before then too, that's fine. You don't need to wait.
Oh, no, we might have it.
No, we'll do it on admin council.
Great. All right. And then, Jen, can we look at, how there's certain ones, isn't there a policy that oversees things like that?
We have a FERPA policy.
Yeah, so maybe just clarifying, checking on, making sure we're in compliance with that.
Yep.
Okay, anything else on that? Okay. Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to S.
I'm going to make a motion to table.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
T.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I did have just one clarification. Does this mean that all 5 elementary schools will now be a part of this?
This is the Feinstein Leadership School application, Ken?
Yes.
For Hamilton,
Just-
no, excuse me.
So.
Yeah, Hamilton and Stony.
Stony Lane.
And
Stony and Hamilton are on here.
Yeah.
Fishing Cove is.
Yeah, Forest Park and
Vanessa is
Credit
one.
Arch.
I think photos.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we should be all 5.
And
Yeah.
then what about pre-K? Is that applicable?
We
I
can
don't
look
think-
into it and
I'm not sure pre-K is
I
applicable.
don't think it is.
Yeah, I think that's.
it's just K through 12.
Okay.
It is, I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Okay, that was all.
Yeah.
And can I just, like, do they get approved? It's just putting an application in?
Yeah.
I was,
We have no idea why they wouldn't all be already it.
I don't know why.
The journey. Okay.
um,
So we are just approving so we have request letters from the principals. What am I approving?
You're approving that they can apply for it. It needs school committee approval.
Okay, so upon our approval, then the principals are responsible
Submit their
for
application.
submitting their application? Okay. Any other questions from the committee? And just to clarify, this doesn't cost the district anything. It's just a benefit to students to be part of that program.
Correct.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, item U.
So I'd like to make a motion to ask Kenny, are you prepared to update us on this? The more
Wait,
updates
hold on. Wait, so you make a motion, and then I just need a second.
second.
So what's your motion, Megan, just to clarify?
Just to ask Kenny to update us on,
Just make
if
the
the-
motion. we're
if-
discussing.
if there can be,
Discuss.
oh God,
So-
fine, motion discuss.
Second.
So if I remember right,
Thank you,
I'm sorry, I
Sherry.
should have checked on this before tonight. The last time I looked at this and looked at the number of students that we have at the high school from Warwick, we met the percentage to have a,
Can we see the data on that, Ken?
Yeah, I
Because
will.
although I believe you, I would like
Yeah,
to
no,
see
I need to go
how many
back
high school
because
students, how many are in
this was
CT
like during the
programs.
summer when I looked at it, so I can, basically what I did, I took the total population at the high school and the number of students that are coming from Warwick to look at what that percentage would be.
Yeah, and so we have a policy basically that says any school district that has more than X amount of population gets invited as a liaison, which is why the Jamestown liaison's here. And so what I had said to Dr. Duva is that if there are other districts that fall into that criteria, they should receive that same invitation. They don't have to accept it, but we most certainly could extend it. But I do want to make sure that we're looking at making sure that we're making a database decision. So I think just once we can get those exact numbers and confirm that we are at that threshold where we can send a invitation to them.
Well, Kenny, we have the October census coming up, so you could always wait on that, right? Because then wouldn't you have the numbers like right in front of us? I mean, right in front of you. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember if the October sent, we have the breakdown, we have a spreadsheet that keeps track of how many students we have.
All right.
But I think maybe like if we're
City
going to,
and town.
as our out of district population grows, like if this is gonna become a thing, I think maybe it should be something like after the 10-1 numbers, it is reviewed to see like.
That would be a policy, it's in that policy, so we should put
Yes.
that policy on for a future review.
But so I guess my point was like, should we wait till 10 and use those 10-1 numbers as the official numbers?
Yeah, I think we should for
I mean,
consistency.
as it's tomorrow.
But he can report at the next meeting, right? Like, I'm saying, rather than go back and pull, like, the beginning of the year enrollment numbers of the
No,
numbers
yeah,
today,
yeah.
like.
Yeah.
Because they shift.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
do the census number, that makes sense, because that's when it logs. Okay, so.
I realize it's tomorrow, but.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I was saying like, we're not waiting a long
Right,
time.
right.
Like that makes sense to me to just use that number, and that actually would be my recommendation going forward, and if
Yeah.
we're gonna clarify it, because
Right.
that makes sense, because until that date, there's, in theory, fluidity in the enrollment.
Right.
Okay, so Ken, for next meeting, we'll have a follow-up on that.
Yes.
And I would request we don't just review Warwick
Yeah.
students, but get a full out, like, to
Out of
look and see if
district,
any other districts, like, get a report on all of the districts so we can make a determination.
Yeah, it's if they represent more than 5% of the high school enrollment.
But just to clarify, you're gonna give us all. That's what we're asking for. Okay.
From all of, whatever city or town is sending students to our high school, will have that representation show what that percentage is.
We're gonna have to
We get actual student counts.
Yeah, like number of.
Yeah, so total enrollment at the high school, and then like there's 47 kids from this school and 47 from that town.
That's
or whatever.
exactly what we have in our.
That's great. Okay, so we're gonna add that to future agenda. Okay, so we had the motion was discussion. Megan, are you comfortable with just having that on the next agenda, or do you want to make a motion for the school committee to come?
No, it can be on the next agenda.
If you don't mind doing the same thing, I noted it on mine, but that'd be helpful. Okay, moving on to B. Can I get a motion for B?
Motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Duba, any questions about, this is the annual report?
Mhm. And this is last year's report, so it's the 24-25 school year. And so once this gets approved, we will send it out through email to our community. We'll put it up on our website. We'll put a link on Facebook. I can ask the town to put it on their site as well.
Questions from the committee?
Do you guys plan to wear the same tie that day? Because
We
it
didn't.
looks good. Picture.
I was playing the first and last time.
Definitely not the last time. Any thoughts from the committee? Do we need an official approval on this? Or is it like the handbooks?
I couldn't find anything anywhere that said it had to be approved, but
It's an
because
annual.
it's a report coming
It's an
from
annual
the
report.
school, I would think it should be.
I don't think there's a law that would specify it, but it is an annual report of the entire district. I think it's probably wise that
So that's why I
the
was
school
waiting on
committee's on
something.
board. They approve it.
We
Or
verified
or
that
disapprove it.
all the students that are in this report.
We only took pictures from the pictures that were already approved,
Or already
Okay.
published pictures, yeah.
and that's where we got all the pictures from.
I had two things. I think we should take out, like, because it's for last year, so it doesn't matter if we have like Chris Murphy's name or like. Do you want to put the new?
Because it's last year's report, so I
So it
left
doesn't.
last
Okay, so
year's
you
stuff
last
in
year's
there.
people. Got it.
Yeah, that always
Yeah.
bothers me as well, Sherry, but it's.
I got
it's
it.
right.
No,
Honestly,
you're right.
if I didn't go out on medical leave, you would have had this. I mean,
Bob Mitchell.
it would have been done in
That
July.
was-
So.
It was gonna be done the day after my car accident, so I apologize.
There's a couple formatting things. I'm assuming that's just how it got like put into the agenda. Like, so for example, on page 10, like the way that I can see it, there looks like there's
The
like
town appropriation is over the. I
yeah.
know what you mean.
Sherry, can you just show Stephanie? Like, just turn it and show real quick.
So do
and
you
I'm
think
sure
it's
it's not
because-
like that in the PDF, but just
Yeah,
watch it.
no, it's not like that.
I think it's because when you put it in the probably.
Yeah.
I feel like things get weird when you put it in the packet.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll look at it one more time because
Yeah.
we.
Because,
I
well, the
would
soft-
say
the-
you put it together, but we used Canva, and so
Yeah.
we downloaded from the PDF.
And I had, I printed it out as well. Like, I look at it on the screen and then I look at it in real life. So, but I mean, I'm definitely gonna go over it again before it goes out to anybody. So if there's any formatting issue, we can shift things. But I don't think there is. Things get a little crazy when you do upload them to the software. I'm super excited that the software's being updated too.
Any other questions regarding the annual report? I think we're in a motion to discuss, so if someone wanted to make a motion to approve, we could do that.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thanks, Sherry. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? This is a weird question. Annual report 2025, but it's for the 24-25 school year, right? Like
So we're doing a report of the 24-25 school year.
yeah, but the cover of the thing says annual report 2025. Do we want to note that it's?
Oh, you're right. Like 24, 25.
What is it?
It just says 2025.
Maybe put
on
like
the
the
cover of the
school
report.
year.
Yeah, so we'll change the cover to 2024, 2025.
It's not going to look as pretty, Stephanie, and I apologize for that.
Or do
but
like 24, slash 25, so it's.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure
Different
folks-
districts do it differently, so end of that year, they'll do that, 2024-25 is
Or if
fine.
you want to leave it as annual report
I would-
2025, because it's that fiscal year
I would-
2025, you
That's
could
true.
note it in that blank
I don't know.
space.
I would change it so there's no question.
Okay,
Just
whatever
have
you
it
want.
be 24, 25.
But I
so
just think
that-
making sure it's clear which report
No,
it
you're
is
right,
would be
because the average
helpful.
person probably doesn't
I was
realize
just thinking.
our fiscal year is
They get a little
calendar
confusing
year.
food. I just want to make sure people know that, especially because it's coming out in October for the previous
Yeah, it's coming
year.
out in 2025, yeah.
Wanted to make sure we're clear on what was in it. Yep. All right, any other questions regarding the annual report? Thank you, Stephanie, for putting that together. Hearing that, if we don't have any other discussion, we can approve. So, all those in favor of approving the annual report, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We already did that one. Item B.
Make a motion to table it.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then I need a motion to go back into executive session.
No, we're gonna do
We're gonna do
correspondence first.
You don't want to forget that.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm sorry, that was table, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Jen, do you want to do correspondence?
August 19th, Robert Jones, agenda items. August 26th, Captain Ken Dresser, formal notice unsafe, inequitable, and concealed transportation decisions affecting North Kingstown's Monsignor Clark students, Glen Slocum Woods neighborhoods. August 26th, Robert Jones, charter school expansion. August 26th, Lisa Olivet, Ritchie Lane bus stop. August 26th, Joshua Kiernan, formal complaint, Meadowbrook Waldorf bus route 1206 and 2206. 9-2, Matt McCoy, 2025-26 VFW Youth Scholarships. Entries due to VFW Post. 9-3, Lauren Brill, WPRI Inquiry. 9-9, Pam Panero, support for the change in CIP direction. 9-9, Jen Needlewick, sorry for the mispronunciation. Stony Lane Walls and Dr. Dooley's recommendation. 9-9, Robert Jones, meeting items. 9-10, Timothy Conrad, formal notice of unsafe transportation. 9-12, Jeff Spear, 2023-2024 revised bus routes. 9-13, unknown email address, Jennifer Lima. 9-14, Heather Murphy, cell phone ban. 9-15, John Farrow, Jennifer Lima. 9-15, Mariana Kessanen, concern about only cashless entry into soccer game. 9-18, Carlo Montecalvo, Lima's comments. 9-19, Felicia McKay, request for clarification on district policies regarding threats and zero tolerance. 9-23, Jess Molina, DMS renovation project update. 9-25, Kent Dresser, bus safety deficiency, day 33, rise/statewide Monsignor Clark. 9-26, Kent Dresser, immediate action required, student transportation. 9-26, Karen Martone, policy subcommittee questions, budget DEI subcommittee. 9-27, Kent Dresser, statewide transportation appeal.
Okay, now can I get a motion, please?
Make a motion to go back to executive session.
Second.
And just to clear, we're going back in on 42, 46, 5A1 personnel for the superintendent's report.
Do you want me to-
Superintendent's evaluation.
That was my motion, thank you.
Yep. Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're back in executive.
Yeah.
adjourn executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we're gonna come back into open. I will, disclose that there were no votes taken in executive session, and can I get a motion to seal the executive session minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then we're gonna move on to the item that we had skipped previously.
That's right.
J, superintendent review, I'll make a motion to approve the review as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then can I get a motion
Motion
to
to
adjourn?
adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.